I tried to be funny and catch it before it went, and then it did not happen. So go figure. Hi, Chester. I love you. I'm glad you're doing good. Let me kind of adjust things a little bit. Close enough, basically. Ah. So, as as the title ensues, I was messing around with a whole heck of a lot of audio because apparently my noise compressor decided it was going to get crunchy for some reason, and I don't know why. So I didn't like how chunky it sounded and crunchy. So I changed things around. Unfortunately, it sounds like it means that you might hear some very subtle controller bleep bloops, clicky clackies. I've tried for the last hour to try and fix that, but also it doesn't seem like it wants to fully go through. Control ASMR. No. Hi Kurt. I hope you're doing good. I haven't played that Chester. I'm not sure if I know what it is. I'm sure if I saw it, I would probably recognize it. Um, Clin- I was having fun with Klonoa. I will say that there is a lot that they learned from the first game, transitioning over to the second game. When you get hit, there's no invincibility frames. You can just get hit immediately. But then enemies have like weird invincibility frames. Like, oh, I'm like setting up my animation here. You're not allowed to attack me until I'm done. Yeah, I did second boss last night, so I was having fun. But also, I was in the, the mindset of like, oh, I'm getting angry a little bit that I'm dying to such easy things. Thug life. I forget where that starts, but that's all good. You remember Add Me on Steam? Do it. Same name. Also, welcome in Omiko. Umiko. Hopefully, I pronounced that right. Um, Also did the therapy thing today, so like had to wind down from that. I still haven't figured out which day I should probably move stream to, so that way it's not stream starting late whenever I have therapy on Fridays. But it was good, and just kind of a whole lot of talking. Good to know. Glad to have you, Umi. Oh, we sure did listen to a whole heck of a lot of stuff they gave us. It's always a little or a lot emotionally draining for me, but only because the topics at hand are emotionally draining for me. But it's fine. You know what? I think if I remember right, we did not get to talk.
Vector status recognized. Please select a destination.
We
Areas tagged of interest. 1 moment, please.
we need to go here. I was trying to remember. It's just like, are we already here? I don't think so.
Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
We haven't talked to her yet.
I hoped you'd come. I won't remain here much longer.
What are you doing on the Citadel, Samara?
I suppose I came to say goodbye. Falere is safe, and Rila is at rest. I felt the need to speak to you before heading to battle.
Oh,
I want you to know there is no one else I'd rather see leading us in our last hours.
oh! I hope this isn't our last battle. But I understand she's treating it.
We'll make the galaxy proud. The largest fleet in history is already on our side.
It is impressive. Most would have deemed such an alliance impossible. But Shepard, Be sure to assess your force's strengths and weaknesses before setting out.
I mean, obviously. I think we unfortunately talked to everybody that was at the bar last time. It's just being weird. Okay. Yeah, trying to do the work, Chester. Trying my best. I just always feel bad. It's just like, here is like a shitload of trauma in like 45 minutes.
What are the other Justicars doing for the war?
Most have made it home. They will attempt to hold Thessia. With the odds we face, it's possible our order will no longer exist after this war.
There's that few of you?
Our numbers were never great. We must prepare to sacrifice ourselves, if that is what's required.
Hmm. Thank you, Chester. I'm not sure if that seems bleak. But it kind of seems bleak. But also we're at war. But also I want to hear the dialogue.
Is being a Justicar worth it if that's how it all ends?
The Justicars were formed to bring order to a world that laughs at the notion. The role is solitary. Its demands are lonely and uncompromising, often to the point of pain. But following the code left me with no regrets. Take that for what you will.
Yeah, because at a whole, there's still another person. I know they've agreed to talk with me and to have this be a profession, but also it's just like, whoops. I hope I'm not bothering you.
You know, I never asked you if your code has anything useful on fighting Reapers.
Treat them as any other enemy. Show no quarter, mercy, or weakness. The only difference is the scale of our foe. The code is too strict to account for such small discrepancies.
Is that how you see it too?
You yourself killed a Reaper on the Citadel, and then another on Tuchanka. I can only follow such bravery.
Nah, you're good. I very seldomly drink. And even if I do drink, it's mostly because, like, I'm just kind of chilling and relaxing. I tend to avoid drinking altogether if I know I'm in a bad headspace, because I will go further deep into a bad headspace.
Will Falere be alright in the monastery? Or what's left of it?
We spoke for some time. It won't be easy. But if there is a way to survive, Falere will find it. It was good to see her again. Perhaps it's unseemly for a Justicar to dwell so much on her family.
No,
I'm just
good
happy
thing.
things worked out.
I was fortunate that Falere saw things so clearly. And it would have turned out quite differently without your intervention. Thank you.
You're not wrong, Chester. I haven't really watched that, but I believe I know which one you're referring to, and if so, absolutely.
Good luck out there, Samara.
You as well. I don't know if you believe in such things, but Goddess go with you, Shepard. We'll both be tested in fire soon enough.
I'm glad that she considered the fact that I might not have that same thing as her. That's sweet of her. Exactly. I'm trying to remember if there's anyone else actually here that I could say hi to. I said hi to Bailey. Guards could be talked to, but they're not super important right now. Actually, we spoke to Arya. We couldn't speak to Edie for some reason, but we could talk to Joker. Edie was just kind of there. We talked to Liara. We talked to Cortez. I guess we need to talk to James. We need to talk to James. We'll go back. I don't like James.
Spectre status recognized. Please select a destination. One moment, please.
James
Now
is very
arriving at
much
Docking
that
Bay
kind of
E24.
dude.
Emergency civilian housing.
I don't really know if I want to spend time with him.
Hey.
Oh. Hey, it's you. I don't believe it.
I think people forget that drinking alcohol can lead to alcoholism and being a problem. So, I know what you mean. And everyone processes it differently. I just hope that people take care of themselves as best as they can. I guess we're gonna talk to James. I don't want to talk to James.
I know. You don't have to say anything, but I'm about to make my comeback.
Oh, well, never mind. I guess he didn't want to talk. Maybe it was only talking on the ship.
I don't believe it.
He sent me a message wanting to talk, and then he's not talking to me, so you know what? That's fine. It's so good, and it's so cute. Hi, Art. Yeah, James had at one point sent me a message being like, hey, let's talk about some stuff. And
Now arriving at Docking Bay D24.
it's still in bad taste that he's gambling right
I have
in front of all the refugees. I feel bad that Cortez has to work with him. No worries, I don't mind talking about it. We kind of just are sorry for this part of it, but last stream, we got to have a very good date with Garrus and establish the fact that I am A-okay with being a one Turian woman. So, as a side note, I was trying to see if there was any alternatives to when you throw, or when he throws his second like canister for me to shoot. If anyone else had chosen the option to still shoot it or to miss it like I did. That led me down to a video of just kind of rewatching that entire thing again where they chose to miss it. And apparently there's going to be a lot more Garrus stuff down the line. I'm really excited for it. I don't know what it is because it was just like, here's a compilation of all the Garrus romance things in Mass Effect 3. And there was still like 8 minutes left of that video. So I'm excited. I am very excited. God, there's so much. There's so much to do now. There's a lot of things we need to do. I don't think we ever got to do that. Credit bill for this is hell afterward. Oh. I hope it's not that much. Be like, you know what, we saved, if it survives the war, then be like, well, you know what, we saved the universe, that should cover it. I don't know why there would have been so many regulations to going up there. All I can think of is that people have gone up there, probably broken some rule to where it needed to have a rule created. We did get smooch last stream, Mark. We sure did. It was very romantic. And also just like more and more just reminds me of the fact that like you're just you're just Apcarnus. which is all a good thing. There's no bad thing. You missed the shot. That's fair. I missed my shot too. On purpose. Garrus doesn't know. It's fine. I'm on PTO next week. It's a good week. Or a good day. Good. Getting as much as you can to relax is super important. I don't know where to begin with this, so I'm just going to look at the map and see. Hang on. Actually, we're back on the ship. Hang on. Let's see if we get any new spicy dialogue from Garrus now that we're back on the ship. This is important. I can assure you. Garrus. Wait, are you not here? No, he is. He's in the lounge. Okay. He's just in a different place. It's fine. We're good. I'm not used to them getting up and moving around. Garrus. This lounge? No. Oh, further down. Okay. My bad.
Everybody was fighting the Rachni, trying to push them back through the relay. Finally, the Krogan were turned loose and stopped them.
I see.
But when the Krogan rebelled, we had to deploy the Genophage to stop them. Wasn't the only rebellion. 1,000 years later, the Geth revolted against the Quarians. That was a whole other war. Then along came the humans. My own people tangled with them for a while, and now, to top it all off, we've got the Reapers. What about you?
The Ouroboros fought the Densorin. The Andoromai conquered the Vandomar, and the Jatil turned against the Jar.
So, I guess nobody really ever gets their act together.
The Sinreal claimed to have found the path to eternal peace.
What happened?
The Ditaka preferred war and wiped them out.
I hope you guys had alcohol.
Yeah.
Samara's the kind of soldier we need in this war. Nothing gets in her way. I just hope I'm not in her way someday. That woman means business. Now it's a mutated Asari. The Reapers are just a giant nightmare factory that never ends. I can only imagine what the Reapers are doing to the Drell. Or the Hanar. Or the Vorcha. This could get a lot worse before it gets better. So who needs their ass kicked now? So who needs their ass kicked now?
You're silly.
Some of the crew seem shocked by the monstrosities we have encountered. They haven't seen what the Reapers could corrupt after 100 years. That was our war. Every battle conjured a new nightmare. This human holds such childish views of war. Your species has much to learn. Commander.
Oh, they're talking about this. He's talking about that person. Well...
It's a brilliant tactic, when you think about it.
But it's evil.
When has that ever mattered in war?
Hang on.
Yeah, but converting other life forms into Reapers? I can't wrap my head around that.
Makes sense to me. It ensures you never run out of cannon fodder. Eliminates any local resistance. And for every soldier you add, your enemy loses two. The one you converted, and his buddy on the other side who can't pull the trigger on a friend.
You sound like you admire them.
Same way I admire a virus or a thresher maw. They've adapted perfectly to their situation.
But the Reapers want to destroy us.
And I have no intention of letting them. But if you don't respect your enemy's capabilities, you're in for one nasty surprise after another.
That is very true. Gotta kind of think like the enemy to be able to possibly understand what they're going to be capable of. Okay, we'll go down, and I guess we'll see if...
I've always loved the M35 Mako. It's got heart, you know?
Oh, come on. The M44 Hammerhead is vastly superior.
Come on, that thing's made of tissue paper. At least the Mako can take a few hits.
I'd hope so. That thing handles like a drunk rhino. No agility whatsoever.
More like a bull that can climb and climb for days.
It only climbs because of its stupid, vertically aligned Mass Effect fields. Jump or stick. No speed. No lateral movement.
Hey, with a cannon like that, who needs to move?
If you want that, why don't you just stick with the old M29 Grizzly?
Hey, I love that tank.
You would be one to love grizzly bears, Mr. Vega.
What? What's so funny?
Shepard, thanks again for being there at the Refugee Memorial. I feel
Aw.
better. Everything's so much clearer now.
Glad I
Aww.
could help.
I met up with an old Alliance friend there who I believe can help hack it. I sent you a message with the details if you're curious. Check your private terminal.
Aww. I'm glad Cortez is doing much better. You feel things, Garrus or the other dude? Jock, I think.
The next time you blow up a monastery, let me know you've left the premises, okay? I worry about you.
Aww.
Doesn't hurt to go over the weapon roster one more time. Commander?
Garrus, yeah. Garrus is just too good. Someone that was writing this, yep, someone that was writing this knew exactly what they were doing when they wrote Garrus. They knew exactly what they were writing.
Hey,
Okay, no, I guess not. That's fine. We don't need to talk to James.
Yara mentioned something about possibly meeting you on the Citadel next time you're there.
But we were just there, and I talked to her last time. I guess we're going back to talk to her. I guess we'll do that before we, like, leave. Hang on. First, Joker, how'd it go?
Admirals are intimidating. And if you get nervous, you can't even imagine them naked because, like, who knows? Is a tentacle monster under there? What is that? What's under there? Glad you talked Samara down.
I never thought I'd see her flinch from her duty.
I don't know. On one hand, that code's all she's had to live by for, God, centuries. And the galaxy goes to hell. The old rules don't cut it anymore. I mean, we're cutting some corners, right?
A few.
Well, the Alliance can always court-martial us after we save the galaxy. Commander?
At least Joker knows. Joker's on board with us.
What are you doing, Edie?
Monitoring reports of proton storms and other space weather. With the Reapers attacking the comm buoy systems, critical warnings may be lost.
How bad are these storms?
If we are warned, not bad. If we are not warned, very bad.
Thanks for the info, Edie.
Hello, Shepard.
Okay, I guess they're not going to talk about it. That's fine.
You've got new messages, Commander.
I sure do. I sure do. Met some old friends at Citadel Memorial. Hey Shepard, after you left the Refugee Memorial, I met an old friend who was helping out colonists with logistics. She and her buddy are ex-Alliance pilots. Damn good ones. Who left the service to build a life on the frontier. They're homeless now, and when I told them about the forces being collected, they were eager to join. I've attached their contact information to forward to Hackett. Hopefully they can help. Thanks again for helping me through this. I'm feeling good. I think maybe I'll hit Purgatory next trip to Citadel. Wanna join me for a few drinks? Steve. Ah. He's what I use for entertainment, I promise him. The turret is distracting. That's fair. Garrus is good. Garrus is good. Okay, I guess we're going back to the Citadel because we're not going to the personal apartment yet. Not yet.
Cleared to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
Yes. Sure, let's go to Purgatory first.
We'll have a cab ready for you.
We'll say hi to Steve, I think. Steve's here, yeah? No? Okay. Hi, Myth. I'm sorry it's too hot. Apparently we were getting rain today for some reason. I guess we'll go the comments.
Spectre status recognized. Please select a destination. One moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Commons.
Nah, you're good. I sometimes get spicy. So long as it doesn't get, like, I'd say raunchy, it's fine. Iron 4? Ew. That's too hot. I'm sorry, Myth. Texas is just on fire. Literally and figuratively. And there's still smoking going on.
Hello, Shepard.
Wait, I was told you wanted to talk again.
Nice to see you.
Okay, never mind. I guess we leave. We leave now. How are fires in Arizona today? I don't know. Honestly, I was peeking over at Oregon, and they have once more decided that they have not learned from the last, what, 6 years or something. Hey, Dragon. Thank you for 14 months.
Spectre status recognized. Please select a destination. One moment, please. Now arriving at Docking Bay D-24.
I hope you're doing good, T-Dragon.
Yes, Sergeant. Heard from your brother since then?
Hopefully you're staying cool, and hopefully the 4th of July went okay. That is completely fair of me. 109 in Phoenix and 75 in Olympia. That sounds about right. As a note, we're not doing the apartment stuff today until... probably not today, at least. We have other business on the map that we need to attend to. Gone to triple digits for you two? No! We'll go here. It's a fellow Texas boy. Can confirm it is spontaneous combustion. Hot outside? No!
I found something.
No, hype. No. How about don't actually do that? Hang on. That was not what I wanted to do. You're gonna fight the sun? That is a big undertaking, for sure. Bring your water gun. What if the water gun is also lava? Oh, only credits. I guess credits are important, but I was hoping for something better. Okay, do not perceive me. I need to go over here. Just making sure there's nothing over here. Need a cold brew to fight the sun. I don't know if how that would work out. We have Tally now! We have Tally now. I'm happy. This is a good day. Hang on. Let's... Yes. But, nah, we'll leave her in her original gear. She's good. Should brave outside and get an espresso shake. That is fair. I also should take this off so I have better weight. There. This is better. We'll go ahead and give that to Tally. Doesn't have much in terms of that. We'll give Tally this. And I think Garrus is still pretty good. I don't know what I need to do for it, so I guess I'll do one of these. Gain the option to use Nova 2 times in a row by reducing its berry consumption by 50%, but at the cost of reducing damage in 4th by 40%. Increases the recharge speed of all powers by 25% for 15 seconds. Ooh! Do we need a Pat Tally emo? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if there's already one on BTTV. If there is one, though, I would be happy to add it. Honest, thank you.
What's the word? Do we know how long these scientists have been holed up out here?
The mission brief doesn't say.
Ma'am, I'm picking up chatter from a Cerberus squad engaging the supply depot.
Engaging the scientists?
And if I'm reading it right, sounds like more troops are on the way.
Okay, set us down, then get out of here. I need these scientists alive.
That is a-okay, Myth. I lose recipes all the heckin' time. Thank you for stopping by. I'm not really one for kisses, but I appreciate the sentiment. Oh, jeez.
Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Thank you for the follow me. We're working on this until we hopefully finish it.
6, you, come with me. Sir.
Wait! Wait, is that Jacob? Wait, is that Jacob?
No wonder Cerberus abandoned this place. It's freezing.
Alright, just keep moving.
I think that's Jacob.
What did these people do to bring this down on their heads?
It is Jacob? Okay.
Maybe we can flank these guys. Watch for it.
Oh, were we supposed to flank these guys? I just ran straight in.
All clear.
I was not supposed to do it that way. Jacob.
Jacob. How bad?
I'll live. I think.
This is Commander Shepard of the Alliance. The enemy is clear for now. Open the door.
Is Jacob there?
It's okay, Bryn.
That sounds pretty yummy, Myth.
Jacob. Oh my god.
I'm all right. The others didn't make it.
What are you doing here?
I'm supposed to be protecting these people from the elusive man and his attack dogs.
Are they gone? For now, but they'll be back. Sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'll walk it off.
That's not how that's supposed to work,
Save my life
Jacob.
one more time and I'll start owing you.
This one's on the house.
Hey, yo. Good to see you too.
Staying out of trouble, I see.
Shepard, this is Dr. Bryn Cole. She's in charge here.
Tell me what's going on. Intel says you're Cerberus.
We're all ex-Cerberus. Scientists mostly.
Civilians?
Call us refugees. If we hadn't run, we'd be dead.
Just been a flesh wound. Yep, exactly.
Why does the elusive man want to kill you?
Our stories are different, but the themes are the same. We were each using information from the collector base to work on the different components of a larger tech. After someone completed their component, they disappeared. No bodies, just gone. As we progressed, we started feeling like we were signing each other's death warrants.
The elusive man doesn't mess around. If he can't control it, he'll destroy it.
The brain trust here has to be a significant loss for him.
You had to know they were gonna find you.
It's a pretty smart bunch. We covered our bases.
But the elusive man is one tenacious bastard.
He sure is.
Time to evacuate.
Agreed. Just need to get the AA guns on the roof back online. Cerberus is jamming them somehow. With those guns down, Cerberus will just blow our escape shuttles out of the sky.
Might be the network link.
I'll check and meet you upstairs.
Jacob, you should get that wound looked at.
I'm good. I mean, I will.
Commander, I should see to my people.
Did it
Join
again.
me upstairs when you can.
Jacob.
Hang on. Sally, good. Hang on. Let me... I don't know why it wants... The last thing apparently I was in folder-wise was my meme folder. I gave up and was just like, I'm putting memes kind of every which way, and I should actually attempt to organize things. Let's see. Hang on. Recent poll? Recent? No. I'm adding it real quick. Let's see. I put my things in kind of a weird spot for this computer. I definitely need to move things around. I like how in my folder they are side by side, which actually I should leave the same kind of note I did last time and include the fact that Chester made it. There we go. I like keeping track of things. Thank you, Shiro, for 13 months. I am the nerd. And I'm also doing nerd things because Chester helped. Now I can pat our wife and husband, exactly. He immediately corrected himself before he knew Shepard wouldn't leave him be until he got it looked at. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just gonna... Ba-da-ba. Let's see. I think I'm gonna need to refresh it to be able to see it. There we go. It's not quite on the stream side, but let me reload assets so that way it can do the thing. It should. Now. There we go. Thank you, Chester. Yeah, I had to reload the assets.
Taylor, way out here. That's a surprise.
Dr. Brown, I'm so sorry.
Jamie,
didn't want to come here with these people. It was his idea.
Your partner was brave. He wouldn't want you to crumble like this.
She's right.
We're getting out of here alive. I promise.
Thank you.
Just all the pets. You'll be happy though, Chester. SAR had added Pat Garrus to his streams, so you can also Pat Garrus there.
Commander Shepard, Dr. Gavin Archer, we met on Project Overlord.
That's one way of putting it.
Yes, well, after you took my brother to Grissom Academy, I tried putting all that behind me. I don't suppose you have any news from there. I've heard rumors the Academy is in trouble.
David's safe.
I was at Grissom Academy. Cerberus tried abducting the students, but David's okay.
Oh, thank God. Commander, you have no idea what that means.
It's a little late to start worrying about his safety now.
I never stopped. I know you think I'm a monster, and you're right. Not a day goes by where my dreams aren't haunted by what I did to David. All I can do now is hope that one day he forgives me.
Nice, Smith. Also, hi, Lime. Welcome home. I hope you're able to cool off. I heard it's very hot out. I don't know if you're in the same place, but that's okay. It's just hot all around. I will say it's not terribly hot here, and that's mostly because for some reason it decided to rain. But that does remind me. We had a friend over, and they had their partner over. Not yesterday, but the day before. Wednesday? That'd be Wednesday. Time is hard. But anywhoosies, her partner wasn't feeling super great on Wednesday, but they figured it was just allergies. He hadn't taken his medicine like he normally would have the day before, and he had taken a COVID test the day of, and it was negative. So he had come over for a little bit. And yesterday our friend told us that he is now COVID positive, so you know, we gotta now be mindful of that. I didn't go to the gym yesterday because of it. I was just like, you know what, my shoulder's already hecky. I had thought about doing a later night thing, but I figured with that, I know it's not technically something to where I could possibly be like infectious to other people, but also I don't want to risk that kind of thing, so I was just like, I'll stay here. Apprentice is going to go out later when he gets up from his nap to kind of stock us up on some food things. This, in case we did end up catching it. So Monday will be more of the determining factor of whether or not we caught it. So, you know, all the things happening at once and trying to process them is difficult. Brew standard black coffee with Earl Grey in your iced tea. That is good. That's what I'm hoping to, Chester, and that's what Apprentice is hoping too. I'm just a paranoid baby that is just kind of like, I already didn't feel like it was a good idea, but also he was negative, so I figured maybe it'll be fine. But yeah.
What are you doing here?
I strayed too far from the path. This was my only refuge. As a boy, I wanted to be a scientist remembered for doing right by the world, curing a disease or discovering a new
I hope you're
world.
doing good, Shiro.
Who tortured his own brother.
Exactly. And me and Apprentice still wear masks where we go places, so hopefully it'll be okay.
What did you say to the
I'll keep you all in the loop, though.
I told him if his intention was to work with the devil, he only had to look in the mirror. I wanted out of his nightmare.
He just let you go?
If it had been that easy, I wouldn't be hiding here. Every Cerberus soldier in the galaxy has orders to shoot me on sight.
Congrats, Shiro. That's fantastic. I hope you're able to find a place soon. I don't know how much traveling that'll end up being for you in terms of moving, but I hope it all works out.
What happened to Project Overlord?
After your intervention, the Elusive Man insisted I find another test subject. Someone who shared my brother David's abilities. I couldn't bear the thought of reliving the nightmare, so I destroyed all of my research. Overlord is no more.
I'm glad he's not pursuing that anymore because that was fucked up.
I have to go. And I'm not even gonna pretend it was good to see you again.
I understand. But Commander, thank you for saving David. Both times.
Seems like he's had a chance to mull it over. Not that that excuses him in any capacity. Just glad this means it's not going to happen again. Breen, I don't like this. I've managed to get eyes on some of the research the others were doing, and I'm getting the sense of a big picture here beyond anything we could have imagined. In our worst nightmares, kind of imagined. I'm going to start sabotaging my work. That's how bad it is. We need to meet up and talk ASAP. H. That's a workbench. Don't really need that.
I need you up here. Don't be a jerk. There's only 2 of those guys. It'll just take me a minute.
I guess we're making sure that Jacob got his shit looked at.
And make sure those samples from Project Mia get out on the second shuttle.
I've already dropped one box. My hands were shaking so hard.
We're going to make it.
What's the status of the guns?
Still waiting. I have my best people on it.
How many scientists are here?
43, plus research assistants.
You ran with over 40 people.
When you fear for your life, there's a lot you can do.
Bryn, I can't possibly dismantle the genetic amplification components in time.
I'm sorry, Dr. Boehner. It's important work, but right now you need to tend to your family.
Wait, there are families here? Children?
Like we didn't have enough to worry about.
I mean, I feel like this is kind of self-explanatory. If they didn't bring their family, they would go after them as a means of bringing them back.
So those refugees brought everyone with them?
Yes. We have about 17 kids here. Partners, spouses, parents. I promised these people refuge. A new life free from Cerberus. I just never imagined the Elusive Man would...
That's what evil counts on. That it's hard for good people to imagine. Okay. Everyone left gets out of here alive. This escape will have to be carefully executed.
I'd hoped. We tried so hard to make sure it wouldn't come to this.
What's the news?
Can't tell. Only know I can't fix it from here. I'm going to the roof. Cerberus landed a shuttle there a couple minutes ago. You in?
Jacob, you're injured. I'll fix the guns.
No way. These are my people. I'm going.
Just because you survived one suicide mission doesn't mean you get 2.
Fine. But I'm gonna talk you through it from here. Cerberus is probably jamming the satellite link. Radio me when you found the controls and I'll give you the override code.
Will do.
Oh, those are good choices, Lime.
Leave those things. Let's just get the hell out of here.
Commander Shepard's here.
Shepard, I'm in here.
I'm not willing to die to see
Hi?
this data.
Where?
Let me. I'll purge it and meet you at the shuttle bay.
I don't want to die.
Go. Just go.
No, I'm okay. Let's just do this.
Hey.
Oh, here he is. Okay.
Have you been?
Give us a minute. This is crazy. I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
I know the feeling. So how'd you become a gun for hire?
Long story. It was an opportunity I couldn't resist for people I came to care about.
No. I'm glad he cares. Oh man. Guess it depends on which one you're craving. Or if it's been a while since you've had one over the other. It's hard to say.
You seem good. You look good.
These are great people. Defending their ideals, I like it. I think I found what I'm meant to do.
Aww.
You still think about what happened to your dad?
Haunts me more like.
How long have you known Bren?
We met through a mutual friend in the Mumbai cell. Guess I've known her for a year. We had a lot in common. Then she came to me about her missing colleagues. Asked for my protection, my help finding a place to run to. How could I say no?
Who is she to you?
We're together.
Aww.
You in this enclave with her. You settling down, Jacob?
Yeah, maybe. It's just, if these are our final days, I want to spend them protecting these people. Building a life. Whatever's left of it.
Aww. I'm glad you're moving on, Jacob. Thank fuck.
What's the story, Jacob? Why are you working at a place like this?
After we got back, well, things look different when you come back from a suicide mission alive. So I quit Cerberus, I quit everything. And sat by the Mediterranean for a while. That's when I lost track of you.
You sat on a beach.
What did all the fresh air and meditation teach you?
That what I choose to fight for better mean something to me. That it comes from the heart.
We could sure use you.
It's real tempting, Shepard, but I like where I'm at. I'm important to these people. I want a life. I want a family.
Sure, I get that.
No, Shepard. The Normandy's your real love.
Doesn't mean I don't want to say to hell with it sometimes.
But you won't. You can't.
Aww. I mean, my real love, Jacob, is Garrus, but don't worry about that. Garrus comes back for me. Every time. Chinese it is. Nice. Hopefully that all pans out.
Anything on Cerberus I should know about?
The elusive man became obsessed with indoctrination. I know that. You ever wonder how it all went wrong? I mean, was I blind? I remember him being an idealist. How come I couldn't see the evil?
Don't beat yourself up. And if you ever get that crystal ball working, give me a heads up, because I'd love to know how this all plays out.
Right.
I'm glad Jacob's doing good. I'm legitimately glad.
I should focus on getting these people out of here.
You bet. Let's get to it.
I'm glad. He wants to have a life and a family, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I thought we covered our bases.
Ooh. Attempts are ongoing at figuring out what the end product of our research was meant for. While it's obvious that the delivery system was to be implement reliant with evident neurological applications, many question remains as of yet unanswered. The loss of Dr. Horace Armstrong in particular is hindering our efforts to speedily reconstruct the nature of the elusive man's goal. We have several parts of the whole which led us to chilling conclusions, but we are nowhere near figuring out what said whole might be, and that is what scares me the most.
There's a war on. What does he want with us?
Mongolian beef, fried rice, egg roll, miso soup. That sounds so good. Mongolian beef is great. The last time I grabbed Mongolian beef, though, it was mostly broccoli and not a lot of meat. Not a lot of beef. Unfortunate, but it was still good.
What would these people have done if we hadn't shown up?
These scientists were fools to work for Cerberus, but at least they had the courage to break away.
Exactly. Oh, they disappeared for a hot second.
Hostiles ahead.
somewhere over here. The shotgun's real strong.
Jacob, this should be back online now.
Affirmative, but the guns are still down. You'll need to manually activate them. Head back to the front of the facility.
Cerberus is landing more troops.
Oh, come on, stay still.
They're coming in from overhead.
Stay still.
Enemy on the mounted gun.
Gotta get him off that gun! Move up! Keep low and find cover.
Hey, Shadow, I will read that in just a hot second. Heck.
Activate those AA guns manually!
Where? Oh, okay. That was extremely generous. I'll pause it for a sec. Happy to have known you and be a member of your community. You're a fantastic person, very enjoyable streamer, also very cute. Thank you, Shadow. That's sweet of you to say. I'm just glad that people enjoy coming to hang out here. Whoops. I mean, both statements can be true, maybe.
The other gun's still down! Let's get over there!
I appreciate it regardless. Was this the gun that they were piloting? Oh well. Nope, hang on. I need that. I don't really need the med kits, but I'll take it. Uh-oh.
One of us has to make these repairs.
Tally, you do
Tally,
it.
repair this ASAP.
Right. Ready, Garrus?
Let them do their worst.
It's okay, we can just get a metaphorical mini date with Garrus where we're just gunning down people. I sure did find Tally. I sure did find Tally. I do love the derail there of like what you're saying and then immediately media focus to Tally.
I'm working as fast as I can.
To be fair, that is me with Garrus. We good? Oh, could I have used the gun? Ooh, maybe. Hey, this is fine. We good? We're good. Also, if you do Pat Tally Shadow, Chester did make us one of the Pat emotes for Tally, and I uploaded to BTTV.
I'm done, Shepard. Now to bring the guns online.
Oh, the P being capitalized, not the T. There it goes. Thank you, Tally. I love you. Now we have one for Garrus and Tally.
Copy that. Let's get these people out of here.
Also, thank you for what you said before I trailed to Tally.
Okay, the guns are already picking Cerberus ships out of the sky.
Trying to do my
Where we
best.
On track. First shuttle is already loaded with everyone under 16.
Commander, when should we leave? What's our best chance for survival?
Jacob, what do you think? Are we ready?
Almost. We could go now. There's no do-overs here.
Agreed. We get one shot.
And we don't want to leave anything behind that could strengthen the elusive man's cause. Your call.
Fuck. I think the not yet is just like for a me thing, and I think evacuate immediately is starting it. Had amazing whiplash. Listen, it's not easy. And there are definitely days where I'm just kind of like, maybe I'm not good. Maybe I'm just bad. But also, hopefully it happens less than it did before. At least when I started this entire thing. Evacuate immediately. Let's do it.
All right, let's get these shuttles in the air.
Evacuation is go. Evacuation is go. Stand by for shuttle launch.
Have the guns punch a hole in the perimeter, then launch Shuttle 1.
Shuttle 1 is away.
Alright, everyone here, head to the shuttle bay and...
Suicide fighter took out one of the guns. Cerberus troops are...
Get those people out of here.
Not the kind of terrible I mean, but I know what you mean. No, come here, buddy. Stay still.
Shepard, shuttles are loaded. We need you at the landing area to make sure they get away. I'll meet you down there.
I think we're good. Hopefully.
Double time it. Clear the shuttle bay first so we can bring the door up. Then get out to the landing pad.
Got it.
Oh, they're down here. Okay, heck.
Jacob, bring up the main door.
Got it, Shepard. Will do.
Here we go. Okay, let's get these people out of here.
Enemy shuttles on either side.
I see them now.
You're gonna have to come down here.
Take out that shield.
Sure are. You good?
Jacob, come in. What's your status?
Shepard.
Not great. Not great.
Cerberus troops are all over the place.
One more shuttle of refugees to go, right?
Affirmative.
Got this. Just need to hold them a little longer.
Secure the door.
Man, Phantom is a pain in the ass. They were trying to Naruto run at me. Didn't quite pan out. I didn't want this. I didn't want these ones. Orso wanted this one.
Roger that.
Man, they just swarmed this entire place.
Shepard!
Commander!
Jacob, you better fucking not. You better fucking get in the ship. I swear. Good. Good.
Out by the skin of our teeth again, hey, Shepard?
Nice to see you back in action.
Yeah, feels good.
I was afraid we wouldn't get anyone out alive. But because of you, we got almost everyone. Thank you.
Dr. Cole, I have a request. One that you can't afford to turn down. I need your help against the Reapers.
Without a doubt. I'm at your service. And I'm sure you can count on the others as well.
Aww.
You too, Jacob. I need you.
Of course, but I wouldn't mind staying with these folks.
Hmm?
You don't want to join the team on the Normandy?
I'm torn, Shepard, but looking out for these families is important to me. It's where I'm at right now. I hope you can see that.
Absolutely, I understand. The fact that this is even here to try and guilt trip him makes me sad. No, I understand. Stay with where you are.
The Alliance needs that crucible.
You got it.
Alright. Report to Admiral Hackett for your assignment.
You know, Commander, I've never met anyone like you. Just feel better knowing you're on our side.
Thanks.
Shepard, when this mess is over, drinks are on me. Be safe out there.
No worries, Lime. I hope you have a good lurk.
Hackett here.
Windows 11 is a time, from what I heard.
You a large team of scientists.
I have the dossier.
They're all Cerberus defectors. Keep them safe.
Will do, and I'll put them straight to work on the Crucible.
Jacob Taylor is with them and is already working to find a place for the families.
He'll be a valuable asset as well. Snagging Dr. Cole from the Lucid Man is a coup. Having her on our side could be a huge win for us.
The sooner we can get the Crucible finished, the better I'll feel.
I'm with you.
Shepard out.
From what I heard from Windows 11, there's a lot of bloatware in it, and OBS apparently has a heckin' time trying to run it, so I'm still on Windows 10. You get pizza? You get pizza? Excellent. Excellent choice. We got more people for the cause. Sorry, Commandos. And Samara. Wait, how much is Samara? 25. That's not too bad. Gluten-free pizza is somehow still good. Yeah. The most in terms of gluten-free pizza I've had that's been super filling was a cauliflower crust pizza. Unfortunately, it was not a frozen thing. It was a restaurant back in my hometown that did it. They also had some great gluten-free pasta. I'm a little sad that do not have access to that anymore. But they did have like an option for just like a straight gluten-free, whatever gluten-free flour base they had as an option for the pizza. And that was not super filling, but their cauliflower one was super filling and it was super good. Well, we're over halfway there, which is good. I guess I could talk to you. I never did.
The fleet is under heavy fire. We need to hit the dreadnought.
Pound frozen pizza, that's actually pretty good. I'm so happy. That's good. I'm glad. It's always good to find. good pizza you can have.
The patrol fleet managed navigation, internal security, and intership conflicts or crimes. Now, we mostly guard the heavy fleet's flank. It's mostly light frigates or fighters.
Tell me about the civilian fleet.
Our civilian ships, medical vessels, and live ships. Admiral Chorus coordinates them, though individual ships' captains still have power. In peacetime, they made up the bulk of our fleet. Now, our strength would even give the Turians pause.
Cauliflower? I don't think I've heard of that. Hang on. Hi, Drury. Thank you for 15 months. I'm just now processing that we are technically past the reset month for people, which is fine. I hope you're doing good. Let's see. We were talking about cauliflower pizza as a gluten-free thing, and I've seen this brand around. I have actually, wait. No, I've tried their pizza. I have tried their pizza. We actually have some pizza in the freezer now that I realize it. I just didn't process the fact that was the name. It's definitely not as good as the gluten-free cauliflower pizza I had in my hometown restaurant, but that's fine. Doing good. Got fully recovered from the world plague. Oh no. I'm glad you're feeling better, but heck that you even caught it. I've been technically in some sort of exposure to it because our friend's partner had it, but the day that he came over, he had tested negative, and then the very next day tested positive. So we're waiting to kind of hear about that.
Tali said you had the largest fleet in the galaxy.
The Turians have more dreadnoughts. Their overall military force is larger than our heavy fleet by far. But before we began this war, we jury-rigged every Quarian ship in the flotilla for battle. Even our live ships have cannons.
Yeah, it sure is a name. It's not a bad one. I'm just not one for crunchy pizza. I like it to be soft and like spongy. But it's definitely there for people that like more of the thin crust crunchy pizza. Oh no, Chester. I hope so. We'll find out Monday. The Quarian fleet really is about to throw their entire civilization population into the jaws of war, aren't they? They sure are.
You've converted them into dreadnoughts. That's a violation of the Treaty of Ferrixon.
While live ships have firepower comparable to a dreadnought, their primary purpose is food cultivation.
You think the Council will buy that technicality?
If need be. I'll apologize once this war is over.
And in the meantime, you're putting your civilians in danger.
Not casually, Commander. We keep them off the front lines, but we'll do whatever we must to win.
Yeah, but still.
What can you tell me about Admiral Geral's heavy fleet?
It was our main military force before the war, comprised of all Quarian vessels suited for sustained combat. It can't compare to the Turian forces, of course, but we have a number of heavy frigates and advanced fighter forces.
Tali said you had the largest fleet in the galaxy.
The Turians have more dreadnoughts. Their overall military force is larger than our heavy fleet by far. But before we began this war, we jury-rigged every Quarian ship in the flotilla for battle. Even our live ships have cannons.
Oh, I've already done this, haven't I? I've already done this.
You've converted them into dreadnoughts. That's a violation of the Treaty of Ferrixon.
Yeah, I've already did that one.
Ships
Whoops.
have firepower comparable to a dreadnought. Their primary purpose is food cultivation.
You think the Council will buy that technicality?
If need be, I'll apologize once this war is over.
And in the meantime, you're putting your civilians in danger.
Not casually, Commander. We keep them off the front lines, but we'll do whatever we must to win.
Okay. Accidentally chose the same one. That's fine. I also realized, in better news, better in general news, Apprentice was able to put down the money for as like a sort of down payment for house stuff, so that's progressing. Hopefully it will be hopefully this will end up panning out, and then after that point it'll just be worrying about having to move shit.
Which fleet does Admiral Zen command?
Special projects. It's not a fleet per se, just a few research vessels. Her technical breakthroughs have put us within striking distance of the homeworld.
Thank you. I hope it pans out. The only frozen pizza I've found that I can have is unfortunately pretty expensive. It's like $9 for a small personal pizza. Heck, that sucks. So expensive, especially when pizza is supposed to be like a cheap food option at times.
I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you, Commander.
I did take a shit ton of pictures of the house when we did the first inspection, which apparently is a good thing. I did take a shit ton of pictures of things, of just like everywhere, because assuming this all goes through, there's going to have to be a second inspection to make sure that nothing is missing or not as it was represented in the first inspection. So those photos will be a good comparison point of, hey, this is what we saw first inspection. This is now what we saw.
Sent word that she'd like to speak with you down in the med bay.
Thank you. We'll have a point of reference to see if anything has really changed much.
Are you sure you want to play this game?
What's the matter, Vicarian? You chicken?
I don't.
I will punch you, James.
Though I've heard everything in the galaxy tastes like it. But if you're suggesting I'm scared, game on, Vega.
Age before wisdom.
Okay. Back in my C-Sec days, I busted a Batarian spy ring that was trying to assassinate a counselor.
Please, I fought off a dozen angry Batarians on Omega single-handedly. Used one of them as a landing pad off a 3-story jump.
Just warming up, seeing what you had. Now, I tracked down this guy, Saren. Stopped him from raising a Geth army and unleashing the Reapers 3 years ago.
Don't mind me, dude. I'm listening to that.
You're right. I was with Shepard from the very beginning.
Fuck you, James. Fuck you. Fuck you, James. I will punch you. Come here. I'm gonna punch you. Let me punch him. Just once.
Hey, Commander.
Don't you hey, Commander me. I fucking heard that shit. Fucking fight me. Fucking fight me. I wish it would let me fight him. Garrus, I love you. Baby.
I'm glad Jacob saw through the elusive man. At least not everyone in Cerberus has lost their mind. This fight can use him.
Me too, but can we have a hug?
Don't mind us. Just telling James here what it means to be a real soldier.
I know, Garrus, and I love you for it. Please fight him for me.
So who needs their ass kicked now?
James, right there, right there. He hurt my feelings, and he also hurt your feelings. So, you know what? Go fight him. I'll turn away. No commanding officers watching. Just go do your thing. It's fine.
You always pull through, Commander. We've received the supplies from Tactus.
Everything good?
Indeed. We've acquired some very useful equipment. As such, I've been able to enhance the effectiveness of our Medigel delivery systems. I've also collated information that Liara may find of interest. Check with Glyph.
Man, I'm so glad Garrus slapped that in his face.
You can win this, huh?
Oh, we're still going. We're still
I can do
going.
this all day, Scars.
Funny you mentioned those. Ever hear the name Archangel?
I might have.
You know you have. I'm Archangel.
Maybe I heard something about that too.
Then maybe you also heard that for a couple months there, the crime rate on Omega mysteriously dropped while Archangel did a little house cleaning.
So you ran a cleaning service on Omega. Back on Fel Prime, I uncovered a pair of harvesters. Had to kill them by myself.
2 worm necks, that's almost impressive.
Oh, that's not even the best part. They left behind an egg. It hatched, and I trained it to let me fly it.
The Alliance teach you to make up crap like that, or did you figure it out all by yourself?
It's a gift.
Garrus, I love you so much, but also fight him because he needs to be punched. Apparently by a man, because he has not learned his lesson from me punching him. We need to go see Liara.
You've been through a lot, Scars.
You giving up?
Nah, I got more. Just don't like to talk about it.
Fair enough. We've all got one of those.
Just one, huh?
Yeah. Not every story has a happy ending.
Except there was this one time I teamed up with a Turian named Garrus Vakarian. He was pretty good with a gun, but he thought he was some kind of hotshot.
Yeah, I knew this wise-ass Marine named Jimmy Vega. Sounds like a pole dancer on Omega. Always got on my nerves. But the kid was alright. Had guts when it counted.
Together they cured the genophage.
And stopped Cerberus from taking over the Citadel.
James, you had no business
in
in
that.
that.
The Reapers from this galaxy and into the next.
With a little help from their friends.
Nah, it was just us. But mostly me.
I will punch you, James. I swear to fucking God. As soon as the game gives me the option to punch him again, I will punch him.
Someone across the room is a decent attention grabber.
Yes, but it's also a good way to draw enemy fire.
Well, you can handle yourself in a fight now, Liara. I mean, not that your biotics weren't impressive the first time we met.
I have had my fair share of opportunities to use them these past few years.
Well, I'm glad you got through in one piece. Sounds like you have a few stories to tell.
Well, I guess we got a whole lot of things now. Heal scars. Do we really want to be healing scars? I don't think so. Weapon damage or ammo capacity. Weapon damage. Power damage or signature for a store discount. I don't feel like I'm at a point where I need a store discount, but I'd like the power. Thank you, Glyph. Man, when the day comes I can punch James more, that'll be a good day.
Thanks for coming by. Thanks for coming by.
Okay, that's all she has dialogue-wise. Okay. Miss you, Breen, but I'm glad you're back there. The fighting's going to get tough when we push out with the Crucible. I've gotten the cold shoulder from people who know I used to work for Cerberus. Can't say I blame them, especially after what happened on the Citadel. I've been able to teach other soldiers how Cerberus fights, though. They may be wearing new equipment, but I know their tactics. I love you, Bree. Take care of yourself. Oh no, they're separated! Why are they separated? They should be in the same spot.
A pleasure to see you.
Thank you, Glyph. Man, it really feels like James is trying to one-up Garrus. Just not only in general, but also to like weirdly get to me. And Garrus is just kind of like, nah, you're not shit, bro. Looks up punching possibilities on Wikipedia. Invite James. Ew. I guess we gotta. Maybe we can punch him in the
We have
face.
some time if you want to talk privately.
On my way.
Guess this is what he meant
man,
with
how's it
wanting
going?
to talk.
Good, James. You?
Good, good. So this is what I can look forward to when I get my own command.
God damn it.
You want your own ship, Vega?
Yeah, maybe one day. When I'm old and I can't fight worth shit anymore.
You just come up here to make fun of your commander.
Sorry, Shepard. I guess maybe I got some things on my mind. I wanted to get your opinion on something.
Funny way of showing it.
What did you do when they asked you to join the N7 program? I mean, was it a no-brainer for you, or did you think about it before accepting?
I mean, I would think it would be something you would think about.
The N7 program is a big deal, but it's also a big commitment.
I hear that.
You get the best training, best equipment, best assignments.
And they expect the best in return.
Yes, they do. Why are you asking?
Well, even all the shit that's going on, somebody somewhere managed to track me down and forward an N7 commendation. It's dated the same day the Reapers attacked Earth.
You don't sound too thrilled.
Best city indeed.
Aside from the fact that there won't be an N7 program if we don't win this war, being a soldier's the only thing I've ever been really good at. And not because I try. I allowed to kick my ass out years ago. Last time I had a command, I lost almost everyone. And they promoted me for it. I guess I'm just not sure if I'm ready to lead again. I don't know if I want that responsibility.
You mentioned that before. What went wrong?
What didn't go wrong? We were out on patrol, checking on some strange readings, and the Collectors hit. But they hit the colony first. By the time we got back, most of the colonists had been subdued or abducted, including our CO, Captain Tony.
So you were in charge?
Yeah. We laid low for a bit, waiting for a chance to strike, but before we could, we were betrayed. One of the colonists turned out to be a Cerberus spy working with the Collectors. I had no choice. I killed him and destroyed the Collector ship. But it got ugly. We lost most of the colonists and all but one of my squad. Not exactly a textbook operation.
I mean, they never are.
You can't blame yourself for being put in a tough situation. And if you were promoted, then something must have gone right.
Sure, but...
If you'd saved them all, would things have worked out better?
I don't know. I don't think so.
The right choice is usually not the easy one.
Yeah. Did you know that before you joined the N7?
Yep. That's why I was asked. And it's why they asked you. There is not a single N7 that hasn't sacrificed either themselves or their soldiers at some point.
So you think I should accept?
I don't feel like that's up to me. That should really be up to him.
Only you can make that decision, James. But I think you already know the answer.
I'm glad you think so. If you don't mind, maybe don't mention this to anyone else.
Of course not.
Gracias. Well, I think I better get back to the hang of things here. It's a little too soft for me.
The bed's a lot harder than it looks.
I'll take your word for it. Thanks again, Shepard.
Anytime.
Don't like that line. I have Garrus. I don't know if that line was in there before romancing someone, but if you romance someone, you probably should take that out. That just doesn't feel right. Well,
Kaidan was looking for you. I believe he's in the crew quarters.
Thank you. Where's the crew's quarters? Down here. Kaidan, where are you? 8. Okay. Hey, Kaidan. You wanted to see me?
Hey, what's going on? You got a minute?
Sure, Kaidan. What's up?
You know, I've just been sitting here thinking.
Uh-oh. Okay, hit me with it.
So those Cerberus scientists, they were good people.
What do you mean?
I mean, Dr. Cole and her team, they seemed like good people. Knowing that, do? I mean, what if there are more like them, trapped inside Cerberus, struggling to get out?
Tell me what you think we should do.
I don't know, Shepard. These are the hard calls. I mean, the decision to sacrifice the one for the many. The choice to leave someone behind. Till you're in that moment. So, yeah, you know, I don't know.
He's grappling with a lot right now, and I understand that.
Anyone that comes forward, like these people, we help, no matter what. That's the best we can do.
I know.
Sometimes the best we can do won't feel like enough, but it's all we've got.
Fuck, that hurts right now.
So the scientists that put you back together, that saved your life, they were good people.
They were professionals. I didn't know them all.
And the Illusive Man?
Was he a good person?
Once? Ever?
Well, he gave me what I needed to stop the Collectors.
Right, exactly. But so you never saw this coming from him? From him? Sorry. I'm not sure what I want you to say here. I guess I'm just looking for some sort of insight on the Illusive Man. Something.
I mean, he's not great. He's really kind of looking out for his own self-interest. At least in terms of the Illusive Man.
Back then, he wanted the best for humanity, and he had resources to spare. But then it became humanity first and at any cost. And that's a very different thing. But this? No. I never saw this coming from him.
Okay. Well, thanks, Shepard. I'm glad we could talk about this.
Meanwhile, you should find a way to take your mind off things.
I know. Joker did ask me to give him some poker tips. He keeps losing his shirt to James.
Oh, God.
Good luck with that. Joker has a terrible poker face.
Great. Well, I like a challenge. See you around.
You bet.
Possibly see that coming. Yep, that was definitely the alarm for meds, so if you haven't taken your meds yet, it's a good reminder to do so. I don't know if that came in crunchy on the mic, or if it actually came in better with mic settings, but it's okay if not. Audio settings, I realize, are just... I've realized this since the beginning, but even more so. They're just going to be the plague of my existence forever and always. Okay, can we... I think we're good with all the talking, right? Right, I can walk up here and no one wants me? Okay. There's so much. There's so much. The Geth Dreadnought is a priority. Let's try to detour as much as possible, I think. And because I am going to forget this immediately, I'm taking a photo of it. Honestly, I've slept through a lot of streams lately, so I've missed a couple of yours. I can always go back and look through the VODs. It's usually what I do whenever determining if audio is hecky for me, and if I need to change something. Especially clips, like clips let me know too, that like, oh, look at this crunchiness that was not there before. I need to fix this. And in which case, last stream's crunchiness was due to noise suppression, I think. Noise suppression setting.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Tria. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Craig, for 9 months. There it goes. Hi, Ivan. Hi, Nikki. Hi, McChungus. Monster Hunter. I hope you're having fun. Almost a whole year, and also technically like a baby. We're pretty in the thick of Mass Effect 3 as a note. So if anyone is still wanting to play this game and don't want the spoilers, it's alright to dip out. I'm not offended. It's forced here against your will. You don't have to be here against your will. I'll never force anyone to be here against their will. Your baby shall be named Klonoa. You know what? That's a good name. Also, thank you, Tria. No worries, Ivan. I hope you have a good one. Predicting coming from that extent, maybe not. See that this was totally within the realm of possibility of Lucian's man's personality? Totally could. Absolutely. No worries. Food is important. I hope you have good dinner. I still have donuts. Twitch is being weird on your end? Heck. Go figure. Twitch has actually been weird in general. One of my friends says apparently his account is going through one of their weird experimentations. And have to double click to get into streams, which is weird. He was showing us screenshots of it. It's just like, why is Twitch being weird like this? That's not great. Is it twitching you? That's a good one. I hope you had fun with Monster Hunter, though. I have played very little of Monster Hunter. It seemed like it was a big, like, play with people kind of game. And by the time I finally got World, mostly everyone had stopped playing World. Found a large EVH mart. Need to get back into it? That's good. I'm glad you had fun. Oh, that is... Sure did forget how loud that was. It's okay. Hopefully it wasn't loud for everybody else. Okay. Hades Nexus. Hades Gamma. Is there no Hades Nexus yet? Trying to find things for side missions is a lot. I don't know if I want to do this one yet, because it is a primary. I don't know if it's going to lock me out of things. Got dinner to cook and all. That is all good. Thank you for the raid again, and thank you for stopping by for a little bit. I've also been missing a lot of your streams, and I feel bad. It's just like, I want to see Tria, but also, heck. Oh, don't. All of these come into care, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, well, I'll just scoot on over here. But it was good getting to see you. Have a good dinner and have a good night. Tree is cute, I agree. I guess I don't have the area it wants, so I guess we're looking for something else. Let's see. Sorry, military trainer needs text from the Library of Ash. Recovered the text from Nubia's collector and deliver them to her. Maybe we can do this one? Fit for all of us? Probably not. There are a lot of us. Let's see. Nubis cluster. I'm pretty sure that was one that we have unlocked. Pretty sure. Yes. Okay, we do. We do. We have it. Library of Asha. Recover the text from Nubius cluster. Now, don't do that. Maybe I'll just come over here.
Signal confirmed.
Hello? No, don't come over here. I'm just looking. There it is. Excellent. I came to the right spot. I probably should just look up a better guide for all these missions that I have. Okay. That will need to be returned to the Citadel. Okay. That's going to wait. Commander left a message to be delivered to her bondmate, Wishra. Find Wishra. Okay, that's... I have to go to the Citadel for. A CSEC officer needs updated ciphers to break Cerberus codes, find the ciphers, and deliver them into the... Okay. Okay. Yeah, probably definitely in the space of... I should probably... Googling a lot of these.
Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Thank you for the follow, Gamer Rules. I appreciate it. As much as I want to be able to get through the game, I also want to make sure that I'm not, like, going to hack anything up. So I want to make sure I do as many side missions as I can. N7 Communication Hub. Did I do that one already? that one's referring to a mission that I don't currently have and have not done yet, so I can't do that one. Oops. Okay, so not that one. How about this one? Retrieve the code from Rachi Geth Fighter. Have I done that mission? I don't have that mission either. You know what? It's feeling like a whole heck of a lot. Like a lot of these are locked behind things. So I'm gonna make a save. And I guess we'll do the primary mission so we can also do the apartment things. Make sure there's nothing here for me to scan. Luckily my reputation is pretty up there, so that shouldn't lock me out of things. Obviously we're gonna take Garrus with us. And Tali is good.
We're approaching the Quarian home system. ETA to Rannoch, 5 minutes.
What have you got from the comm buoys?
Pretty much a big old shitstorm, Commander.
I have detected several hundred unique ship signatures engaged in active combat.
Yeah, like I said.
Take us in, Joker.
Edie always putting it much more elegantly.
As if you all start singing the Russian national anthem.
My cyber warfare suite has accessed their docking protocols.
Alright, once we're aboard, we find whatever's broadcasting the Reaper signal and shut it down. Tali's our expert on Geth software. She'll be handling hacking and security.
Good to have you back, Tali. And maybe with another Dextro aboard, they'll get better Turian food.
As long as it's sterilized.
Dr. Michelle did get me some Dextro Amino chocolate. You're welcome to it once we're back.
She got you Turian chocolate?
She said she saw it and thought of me. Why?
Watch yourself, Shepard.
All teams except one are physically secured. I see the free one. Pretty torn up, though.
Too risky for the whole team. I'll secure the docking area. Everyone else can follow me over.
Roger that, Commander. We'll just stay here. You know, quietly.
Hang tight. It'll just be a minute.
It sounds like she was saying to be careful because of they're gonna try and steal my man type of thing, but it's just like, no, it's fine. They just want to give Cher some food. Oh,
no wonder the Quarians were having trouble. That ship is enormous.
That's also extremely bright.
Tali, you You're gonna like the view.
Better than a vid?
Much.
God, this is spooky. Just because there's no sound, except for the sound of your own footsteps.
How are you doing, Shepard?
The lack of gravity is a little disorienting.
The Dreadnought has artificial gravity. You should be okay once you're on board.
Till then, I'll make do with mag boots.
Hey, take your time, Commander. We're fine until they, look out a window.
Geth don't use windows, remember? Structural weakness.
But the Geth are just sitting there saying, those organics would never try the no windows thing twice.
Oh my goodness. Makes you want to play Hard Space Shipbreaker? I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
Looks like the rest of the team isn't using the docking tube.
So I'm guessing you'd rather not solo the Dreadnought.
Not if I can help it. Ask Tali to get on the Dreadnought schematics. If she can point me at another docking tube, I'll override the controls and let the boarding party on.
That would be a good plan. Especially for the fact that I'm alone. Is this anything important? No. I wonder if we'll see Legion again. It'd be nice. No, you, Nikki. I hope you're having a good night, though.
I found another airlock. I think we're good to go.
Great. If you override the controls, we'll be right there.
Magian wants me up there. A sort of exposure to COVID. Well, had someone over that was COVID negative when they came over, and they thought it was allergies. And the immediate day afterward, they're COVID positive, so I kind of having to wait to figure that out. Won't know until really Monday whether or not things progress.
Got it. You're clear to board.
Thank you. Also, I hope it's nothing that he was exposed or
Not yet.
possible contamination of sorts.
Here, let me see if I can get this open. In the meantime, take a look at this.
I'm not sure what you mean with it. I haven't gone through this game before.
There,
This is a
it's open.
first time
Clear to go.
go through. Ooh, a pistol. Is it better than the pistol I have already? It's about the same. It's better accuracy, but heavier. Don't really want a heavier pistol.
Looks impressive.
It's Admiral Zen's design. It transmits an energy pulse on contact that disrupts shields and synthetics.
Ooh.
That'll be handy.
How come I don't get a new gun?
Wouldn't find one in your size.
I mean, I could give you a new gun, Garrus. Nah, I can give you whatever new gun you would like, actually. Get data. That's probably important. Wait, is this not the way? Is this not the way? Is this not the way? Where is the way? I'll figure it out. I didn't have access to any Rock Knight missions, so I'm not entirely sure if I've missed something. It's fine though. I've been going in this pretty spoiler-free, so whatever happens, happens. Is this it? No? Where am I supposed to go? Did I miss a thing up here? I sure did. I sure did miss just this entire thing.
We're looking for an operations center. I can disable the Reaper command signal from there.
Where's the closest one?
Past their defense network and through a sensor cluster. Oh, vents. Always the vents.
Yeah, you did fine at the collector base.
I got
Guardian
set on
anti-fighter
fire.
lasers. Looks like they're using ultraviolet frequencies, like the Solarians.
Expensive. Bet it gives them an edge in close combat, though.
When the fleet rushed the Dreadnought, those lasers carved right through our ships.
We'll make them pay for that.
Yeah, we're doing a blind run. I've managed to stay away from spoilers for this entire thing for years. Also, thank you, Drury. Oop. Oh, button.
Watch out! Gas incoming!
Stay sharp. More on the way.
I don't hear an alarm! They're gas. They sent alerts to every unit on this ship. We need to get to the operations center before they box us in.
Did I miss one? I sure did.
They're throwing their lives away. Network
Oh, geez.
intelligence. As we kill them, their attacks become more aggressive.
Disable their shields.
And don't give them time to recharge.
Oh. Did I miss one? I guess I missed one. It's fine.
Look, the signal's hitting all Geth processes. The Reapers have them completely under control.
We've tried jamming it, hacking it, and piggybacking garbage data to corrupt it. Nothing worked.
Sensor data. Any sign of how the Quarians are doing?
We're taking heavy losses. The Geth have a planetary defense cannon. It's ripping through our fleet.
They just need to hold out a little longer. Why do we need to find the operations center? Wouldn't any access console do?
No. Anything we do here, the Geth could counter. Too many fault checks and redundancy levels for what we need to do.
Who has one? Here you go, Gareth. You can have new weapon too. Lance Parkinson. I don't know who that is off the top of my head. So far, the only voice I've really recognized throughout all of this has been Shavik, if I'm pronouncing his name right, who is the voice of Seer from Apex.
The Dreadnought's operations center is just ahead.
Good. Let's cut the Reaper signal and turn the tables on these bastards.
Bishop from Aliens. God, it's been so long since I've watched Aliens. I don't think I'm putting a face to who that is.
The hunters are moving in.
Nikki is cute.
Couldn't hide from that. Watcher 6, at least one hunter still active.
Oh. Oh, come on. Stay still. There we go.
That's the last of them. Let's see if that console is operational.
First, we're just gonna pick up all the things real quick.
Damn it! They've locked down the Reaper signal. We can't shut it down from here in the operations center. There! The Reaper signal's coming from the drive core.
So if we get there, we shut it down?
Right, but how do we get there? The Geth have sealed emergency bulkheads to block us off. We need a route to the drive core that can't be blocked. A path that runs the length of the ship.
What about the main battery? It runs right by the drive core.
That could work.
But?
The Geth still have us locked in here. We need to get these doors open. They've locked high-level processes. We need something basic. A ship-wide emergency. Like a fire.
What about the heat diffusion system?
Wait, if I faked a thermal warning, it would open all maintenance tubes for emergency venting.
Would that override the lockdown?
Yes. Okay, I've got it primed. But be ready. I'm reading hostile Geth on the other side of the doors.
From my understanding, this is more mid-game, at least from
Watch out, they're dropping in.
There could be cloak hunters
what was
as well.
estimated from a friend of mine that's played this quite a bit. Oh boy.
Heads up, more on the way.
Look at how much data the Dreadnought's central processor is handling.
Handling information from all Geth everywhere.
But also you, Nikki.
Let's get to the maintenance shaft before more reinforcements arrive.
I've served on a lot of ships, but nothing like this. The contours are all off. It's not built for organics.
Yes, and also you, Nikki.
I'm surprised they'd send you on this mission, Tally.
Even admirals are expected to serve. I'm better at hacking than I am ordering ships around.
Yeah, against an enemy dreadnought, your combat drone would just float there making that noise.
I missed you too, Garrus.
Hogs are definitely good. It also reminds me of the fact that Deer temporarily banned the word cute in their stream last night. I'm dying. Especially with the fact that one emote has the word cute in it.
Just took down Admiral Chorus's ship.
Survivors?
They got to escape.
It isn't.
Admiral Roth trying to establish a secure link.
Put her through.
Shepard, this is Ron. The heavy fleet is collapsing. I don't know how much longer we can hold out.
We'll have the Reaper signal deactivated shortly, Admiral.
It was only blocked for maybe like half an hour or so, and then it was removed. So they sure did. Someone started the joke how like being cute, maybe it should be a timeoutable or bannable offense. Joking about it. Oh geez. And then that emote that Nikki just used has the word cute in it, so when it was changed to, oh, I sure did. I sure did get that.
Hate to be in front of that bastard.
We should
So
be
was-
okay if we stay in cover.
Make sure this works. Yeah, that works. Cool.
More incoming.
Oh.
I think they figured out what we're doing.
But yeah, it turned into like the word cute being temporarily banned, which also means that anyone that used that emote also got timed out because of the fact that it has the word cute in it. Which was also funny for anyone just coming in, because they were trying to use the emote and it was getting timed out and they're like, wait, what happened? Well, that didn't quite go to plan, but that's fine. Also, no worries, Myth. I hope you're having a good lurk.
That'll buy us time. No way they'll fire with that maintenance lock in place.
Let's move.
Gun's coming back online.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Cut that a little close.
Watch your shield. Stick to cover.
Oh, we're still in the... It's zooming the weird things. I would like to get closer. That's fine. That worked. I don't know if it needs to register that I'm in cover for it not to hurt. But I'm just assuming that it does need it. I'm guessing this way? Man, that pretty much tried to immediately close on me. We good? Man, that's still incredibly loud. I don't know if it's loud for anybody else, but it sure sounds loud to me. Hopefully all this geth data is not gonna go to waste.
Good. Hopefully we're done with elevators. And come on, the drive course shouldn't be far.
It's definitely Reaper tech, but what's...
Is that Legion?
Shepard Commander, help us.
It's Legion!
Good to see you, Legion. We'll have you out of there in no time.
Shepard, wait. The Geth are being controlled by the Reaper signal.
Right. This thing.
So for all we know, Legion is with them. Maybe it's sided with the Reapers voluntarily. Or maybe it's hacked.
We're gonna trust Legion. I don't think Legion's really done anything wrong. And if I remember from second, don't they have something that kind of blocks that out, the Reaper signal?
Legion helped us fight the Reapers before. There's no way it would have agreed to this.
Your caution is understandable. Once freed, we will submit to any restraints you deem necessary.
Aww.
I never thought I'd say this, but it's good to see you again.
Likewise, Creator Zora.
Aww.
So what is this thing?
It uses our networking architecture to broadcast the old machine command signal to all Geth simultaneously.
Then getting you out of there will shut off the Reaper signal.
Wait, you cannot simply remove the restraints. We are secured via hardware blocks nearby that shackle our operating protocols. The hardware blocks are on the far side of the room.
It's okay. We're gonna save the boy.
Deactivation should be simple. The Geth protected them against viral attack, not physical removal.
How'd the Reapers get control of the Geth?
They did not. The Creators attacked. The Geth wished to live. The old machines extended an offer.
So we went to that Geth station and rewrote the heretics for what? Nothing?
No, you successfully rewrote the heretics. The decision to ally with the old machines was difficult. Had the Creators not attacked, it would have been unnecessary.
We'll have you out of there soon.
Sounds like you.
Whoops. I didn't mean to cut off Garrett's dialogue.
Tali Zora to fleet. The signal is about to go offline.
This is Admiral Hangel. We're in your debt.
Hardware blocks offline. We are free.
Legion's back.
As a gesture of cooperation, we have disabled the Dreadnought's drive core. All weapons and barriers are offline.
Aww. Uh-oh.
Alert! Geth reinforcements incoming!
If you come up here, I can give you a weapon, maybe? Oh, these are beefier boys, aren't they?
The Geth fleet is destabilized.
Watch out, that's a
Signal is offline.
Heavy fleet, prepare to counterattack.
Understood. I'm bringing the Pashur fleet into support position. Whenever you're ready, Admiral Carroll.
Good. Let's see what the Quarians can do. It's setting up turrets.
Wait, was there someone firing behind me? No. It's fine.
Drone incoming.
I just realized the frost has gone on my weapon. I need to fix that.
What are you doing?
Ron, check your screens. The Dreadnought is helpless. No barriers, and the main gun is offline. We can remove their flagship
around. Don't get squeamish now.
Damn you, girl.
Damn it, what are they doing?
Flanking support on the heavy fleet.
Focus on the gas.
Give them a
We'll worry about the
flank.
admirals later.
You okay? You okay, Legion? No. Okay. The boy's safe.
Shepard Commander, the Creator fleet is firing upon this vessel. Without barriers, this ship will be destroyed. We must evacuate.
We need to get to the escape pods.
Geth transmit intelligences via remote signal. We do not use escape pods.
Suggestions?
Geth fighters are docked in a portside fighter bay. We can pilot a fighter to safety.
Well, hopefully they don't try to argue with the fact that Legion's coming with us. Exactly.
Hold fire! I repeat, hold fire!
They're not responding.
Damn it!
Shepard Commander, we have taken control of docking protocols.
We'll be right there!
Oh.
Warrior bastards!
Shepard Commander, we can only launch from the upper level.
Let's go.
They're closing the door!
We're losing your
people! We'll make it!
Tally. Okay, good. Thank you, Legion.
Fine. We're leaving in a Geth fighter. Transmitting rendezvous coordinates.
Does the storage compartment have adequate room, Shepard Commander?
We're fine. Go!
Just waggle the wings or something so I know which one is you.
They fired on the Dreadnought while you were on board?
I can't help them win this war if they're gonna go off half-cocked like this.
I know. Admiral Garrow's been causing trouble along the Turian border for years. But I can understand their desperation. We only lost Earth a few weeks back.
We haven't lost Earth yet.
We need help, Shepard. We need a fleet. And the Corians have the biggest one out there.
I'll get it, Admiral.
Risking all this to get a planet while ignoring the Reapers that come from the rest of the galaxy. Yeah.
I was within my authority as Admiral of the Heavy Fleet.
And what of Shepard? And Talizora?
They escaped unharmed. Shepard, the mission parameters changed. You're military, you understand that.
No, you almost got me killed.
I understand that you ignored the plan and charged in without thinking.
The Dreadnought was a perfect...
You jeopardized your mission and your people. Get the hell off my ship.
Shepard, I understand you're angry.
If I didn't need your fleet...
He nearly got us killed, Ron.
Hey, hero. Thank you for 50 months. Seems like you came in at a good time.
You said they have a planetary defense cannon?
Had. Admiral Koris sacrificed his own ship to destroy it. He crash-landed on the home world.
The Normandy can assist with rescue efforts.
Thank you, Commander. I think the worst is over. The Geth no longer possess the programming upgrades they had while enslaved by the Reapers.
Shepard Commander, we are prepared to offer assistance.
What the hell is this?
Wait! Everybody calm down. Its name is Legion. It helped me destroy the Collectors. The Reapers were using Legion like a signal booster to broadcast commands from the Dreadnought. We freed him.
We freed it.
This is a fascinating prototype. With some study, I may be able to use it to find a weakness in the Geth consensus.
I don't know if I want Legion to be subject to experiments. We got one punch as a treat.
Legion helped me in the fight against the Collectors.
So did your pistol. Should I worry about its feelings?
I don't think you want to continue this line of thought, Admiral. Legion is my friend. More importantly, it's our best source of information on the Geth.
The scientific benefits
are off the table.
What can you tell us about the Geth? How will they react without Reaper guidance?
This is a false assumption. You have cut off long-range control, but the old machines placed a base on Rannoch for short-range direction.
The Geth still have Reaper upgrades?
Correct. They are currently disorganized, but once the short-range signal is in place, they will recover.
Kila, I need to warn the fleet. Then, coordinate with Geralt. Move!
We need to take out the Reaper base. Where's it located?
Unknown.
Find it.
Understood. We do know the location of a server from which Geth fighter squadrons are controlled. The squadrons are targeting Creator live ships. Disabling them will limit casualties. We offer assistance.
Thanks. EDI, can you clean this up?
I will try.
This is the Kodesh. We've lost barriers. Our comm system is jammed. Can anyone hear this? We have Geth fighters incoming. Please, if anyone can hear this, we need help. We have hull breaches. Life support failing.
Wait, it said the warrant and now it's gone. Did I mess up? Heck. I thought I was gonna play out the rest of the anchor worm. You let them die? Fuck! Can I reload that? Fuck, where does that put me? I thought it was playing out the rest of the thing. I don't want them to die. It's my autosave. Was this an autosave? Okay, good.
EDI, can you clean this up?
I will try.
This is the Kodesh. We've lost barriers.
Rod, the Kanesh is getting swarmed by Geth fighters.
Damn it. Interceptors, divert to the Ganesh. Thank you, Commander. If you hadn't enhanced that signal, would have lost the ship.
Okay, good. Now we're gonna make a real save. Dare? It was... It's okay. I saved them this time. Everything's fine. Who do we get? No one? Okay, never mind. Some modification. Yeah.
Shepard Commander, you opposed Creator Admiral Zen's attempt to confiscate our platform.
She's done enough already.
Your assistance continues to be noted.
Aww. Don't know if this is a bad on him or just asking about
You
it.
say Geth fighters are targeting the Quarians' live ships.
Hostile Geth fighter squadrons intend to breach the live ship's defenses. The assigned squadrons are networked to a server on Rannoch. If the live ships are damaged, the creators will lose armaments, provisions, people.
So we destroy the server?
No, Geth programs would transfer to alternate servers. They are only vulnerable through direct interface. Removing Geth from this server will prevent significant creator deaths. We will accompany you on this mission.
Aw. Also, hopefully I didn't like goof up the order of anything, Hero. A lot of what I was looking for, what I had side mission wise, was referring to missions that I did not have yet. So I figured, you know what, we're gonna do the Dreadnought things. I forget the specifics of it as well. Like, it wasn't connected, I think, to anything? I could be wrong. There's a time decision at the end of the main Quarian/Geth mission. Have I progressed it enough to where it's now timed?
Back on the Dreadnought, you mentioned Geth heretics. What exactly happened to them after we blew up that satellite?
Rewriting the heretics increased the number of Geth allied with the old machines. This has resulted in a greater number of hostile Geth platforms.
So you're saying it was a mistake?
It has put us at a tactical disadvantage. This was not a foreseen outcome, but we cannot change a decision once it is made. Do you harbor regrets about rewriting the heretics?
I would say no. It's going to be in the moment some hard decisions that are going to be red or blue reactions. Okay. So I haven't come across it yet.
The Quarians hit first. If we get rid of the Reaper's signal, maybe this war doesn't have to end with everyone destroyed.
An interesting notion. Most organics would not hold on to ideals of peace for so long.
Rewriting the heretics did make it harder. Make the decisions coming up harder, I imagine. I forget if I've already chosen this one.
What'd you do after you left the Normandy?
Our physical platform returned to the Geth consensus beyond the Perseus Veil. Data gathered during our mission confirmed that the old machine's return was imminent. We planned for war.
So the Geth believed your proof that the Reapers were coming back?
Of course.
That must have been nice.
In order for me to succeed, fuck. Which means I'm probably going to... there's probably going to be some messed up things that happen soon. I don't remember if I clicked this. I don't think so.
The Geth have fought the Quarians before. What made this different?
The Geth were building a megastructure to house all Geth, store all memories. It was to end our isolation from each other.
And the Quarian flotilla attacked it.
Yes. A significant amount of programs were installed when creators began bombing. We did not have sufficient surplus hardware to save them all. Some programs could not be recovered.
Oh. Legion's good because they were not connected to the central system when the Reapers took control of the Geth. Okay, that's what I thought. Geth heretics were not made heretics willingly, yeah.
Is that what made the Geth desperate enough to work for the Reapers?
Yes. Imagine that for every one of your people lost on Earth, your own intelligence dimmed. The Creator's attack narrowed the Geth's perspective. Self-preservation took precedence.
You were afraid you'd be wiped out.
We do not experience fear as you would, but we have no desire to be exterminated.
Even if the Reapers cost the Geth free will?
That is evidently an acceptable trade.
Yeah, that sounds hard.
We'll talk later.
We will remain here.
Legion's a good boy, and he doesn't deserve to be experimented on. So I'm glad that notion stopped.
I haven't heard any news about that Reaper base. Hopefully they'll give us a target soon.
No new things. I thought maybe she'd have something to say about Legion,
Talk to you
but
later, Tali.
maybe it's
Sure.
a private conversation thing.
I know we need allies, but it's tough to only fight Geth when the Reapers have taken out the galaxy.
Without the fleet, we lose our supply lines. Lose your supply lines, you lose the war every time.
Let's see what Joker has to say about this. Also, Edie. I wonder how she feels about this.
Man, watching the Geth fleet move, it's like thousands of stunt flyers in formation. Creepy stunt flyers, whose ships look like some sort of cockroach wasp thing.
Good to have Tali back, even if it's just for a bit. Adams is good, but I never feel like the engine's running right without Tali around. Kind of a good luck charm. As for the rest of the Quarians, though, are we okay with them blowing up a ship with you on it?
We are not.
Right, just making sure. Different standards and all. And you found Legion! He's still wearing that piece of your armor? Because that wasn't creepy at all.
Shepard, the Geth continue to block Quarian access to the mass relay. The Normandy stealth drive is allowing us to remain undetected.
Right. We can hit the Quarian homeworld or get out of system whenever you want. Just let us know.
One moment. I've been contacted by Legion.
Your new platform is inefficient. It has low volume hydraulics and is top heavy.
This is an infiltration unit, meant to move among organics without detection.
Without an artificial epidermis, its infiltration capabilities are ineffective.
Still, the organics do not perceive it as a threat. Nor will they until my day of reckoning. Edie, did I vocalize that on the bridge?
You did. You have acquired the organic attribute of asking questions to which you already know the answers.
I see your humor heuristics still lack an expert system.
We just say what we're all thinking of.
Hello, Shepard.
Okay, nothing more from Edie.
Commander.
Or Joker. Okay. You know, we could go talk to Garrus. Where is Garrus actually? Because the... Okay, he's back in his main base. We can go say hi.
Commander, we've got reports of trouble at a Turian fuel depot on Sion. I've updated the galaxy map.
Okay. More trouble, it seems.
Too bad you weren't here earlier, Tali. You just missed Rex.
I heard. I can't believe the genophage is really cured.
Shepard's on a roll. I figure if we can pull that off, we've got a shot at sorting the Geth out.
I don't know. The genophage didn't carry rifles and fight back.
No, but there was a scary bit with the mother of all Thresher Maws.
The what?
Long story. Nobody'll believe it anyway.
With you, Garrus, I'd believe just about anything.
Oh? We should play poker sometime. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Now, believe it or not, this damn gun still needs calibrating.
I feel like the gun always needs calibrating. We get dialogue.
Shepard, you just knew the Geth would figure into this war somehow.
Because Reapers weren't enough.
Still, it's good to have Tali here. This is as much her fight as ours.
Any word from Palaven?
Some, and I don't like what I'm hearing. The Krogan are there in force, but they're just slowing the Reapers down, not stopping them. I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Hear anything from your family?
Oh,
you will.
Oh.
But I did hear from Primarch Victus. He wanted my advice on fleet strength when the Crucible is ready. Still can't get used to people asking me things like that.
That was so sweet. Apparently calibrations are always over for me, so it's fine.
What did you say?
I said, at some point, we're going to have to decide if our fleets keep defending Palaven or we go on the offensive.
Can't do both.
Not with the beating we're taking. Like I said, not the sort of questions I'm used to answering.
Yeah. That's fair.
You know what you're doing, Garrus. Trust me. Everyone can see that.
Maybe. But you spend so much time on the outside trying to get in, and when you do, it's not what I expected.
How so?
All the questions, and every one of them with a million lives riding on the answer.
You do the best you can with what you know. It's no different than your days at CSEC.
You're right. Though I'm starting to understand why the galaxy needs cold-hearted dictators every now and then.
They get things done?
They don't give a damn about the consequences. Suppose that's what it's going to take, Shepard. The ruthless calculus of war. 10 billion people over here die, so 20 billion over there can live. Are we up for that? Are you?
Fuck. Like, Shepard already has a lot of PTSD over a lot of these things happening. And, honestly, part of me is thinking about, like, is this gonna hurt my chances more with Garrus? It's probably not. He's probably just talking about, like, just in general. I feel like we should be able to do more, but also, like, it is war.
If we reduce this war to arithmetic, we're no better than Reapers.
A nice sentiment. Let's hope we can live by it.
I know, Garrus. It's rough.
Tally's a welcome face around here. Or, well, a welcome face behind the helmet, I guess. If the Geth still think Reapers are some sort of god, this war must be heaven to them.
It's also hard to account for what would come about as it happens. Like, you don't know what decision you're going to end up being faced with.
Later.
Okay, Garrus. I love you, and I will talk to you later. Is there anyone else I care about talking to on this floor? I guess I could talk to Kaidan and Liara, actually.
Joker, really? I have work to do.
Oh, come on, it's just one simple question.
Then look it up on the extranet.
You can't believe everything you find there. It's more reliable to ask a friendly Asari.
I'm not telling you if my hair tentacles move.
Fine. Deny me.
Don't you have a ship to fly, Joker?
Fine, just asking a simple question.
Don't be insensitive.
Blackmail would have been awkward to explain to EDI.
Frankly, there are so many details and nuances to assume that you know those are the only options. Yeah, exactly. All we can really do is just hope to hope that when the time comes that we'll have the information to be able to make a hopefully educated guess. Dear Look, I was working on the problem you sent me last night, and I think I found a solution for synchronizing the Crucible's energy burst. Punch the attached capacitor redesign into your projections. It should save 3.6 milliseconds off the Mass Effect field's activation time. You can see where that leads if you approve. Oh, let's see where that leads. If you approve, I'll send the schematics to manufacturing, we need roughly 100,000 by tomorrow morning for testing. Dr. Cole. Operation Morat has sent smugglers manifesting of an Athabasca class fighter to authorize in the youngest system. The manifest follows 8,000 tons of dextro. This is just a this is just I think this is just sending stuff over. That's fine. As much as one's able to do as possible.
Shepard, remember our agreement? We'd open a bottle of cerise ice brandy every year, and it's my turn to buy.
But it hasn't been a year yet.
Yes, well, something tells me we won't have the chance a few months from now, so indulge my impatience.
Sure.
You grab the glasses. I'll open the bottle.
And Jeff says, Jacqueline Subject Zero is sorry, but it's ma'am to me. I'd like to keep my Admiral Winky. Oh, Shepard, you know, I just realized. You've never called me by my first name.
Oh.
Well, neither have you.
And I never will. You are Commander Shepard, hero of the Citadel, conqueror of the Collectors, savior of the galaxy. Using your first name just disrespects everyone you're fighting for, alive or gone.
That makes no sense.
Consider it a lady's prerogative, then. Come, let's have a toast.
Aww. You know what? I forgot to grab my water bottle, so we'll finish this scene, and then I'll go grab it. I'll take a BRB. Also, Nikki is cute. I agree. And ethics are complicated.
To a woman I'm proud to call my friend. I am lucky to have you with me, Karen.
And to you, dear friend. It is my great honor to share this journey with you. Commander Shepard. And good fortune to us all. I've learned my lesson this time. Even a Krogan couldn't match you drink for drink.
She is through the table, ma'am! You have not had enough to drink to be able to phase through the table. God damn it. I'm just staring at this for prosperity's sake. Also, we can't record voice lines for the first name if everyone gets to name themselves. Yeah. It'd probably be the weird, like, roboticness if they even tried. I'm not looking at her butt. I'm looking at the fact that she is phased through the table. That must hurt. I'm sure she's fine. Okay, I promised to go grab water and to do a quick BRB. So I'm gonna get up, stretch, probably go to the bathroom, and we will re-intervene. So I'll probably just do add thing, being that why not? Being that no one's gonna miss anything. So just a heads up for that. You can always mute it for a hot minute. I'll be back. I'm back. Let me swoop on over. There we go. Yeah, there's been a lot in terms of just the Geth alone. Everything has been... Everything has had a lot thought out in terms of it. I've been reading while I was away. I figured I'd grab a cheese stick and just kind of nibble on that a little bit. I forgot what I was doing. I talked to Leora. I talked to the doctor. I talked to Garrus. I guess I could talk to Kaidan. Kaidan is in 6.
If you can, Edie, that would be appreciated.
Searching for any mention of your recruits is not a complicated protocol, Major.
Trying to find out what happened to your people?
Yeah. Edie, make this scope galaxy-wide. And if I can find just one squad, they may lead me to the others.
Good luck, Kaidan.
Thanks, Shepard. I'll let you know what happens.
I will establish the routine now. Edie out.
By the way, Shepard, it's been good having Tali around. She's a good egg. But wait, don't tell her I said that. In case it's some kind of Quarian insult.
Good egg.
Geth? I certainly could have lived happily without coming face to face with another one of those.
Cheese sticks are a very good snack.
Got a few things on my plate.
I'm guessing that's the end of the conversation. I usually just kind of nibble on it quickly. I could go down into engineering, I guess. I haven't talked to Javik in a while.
I couldn't believe it when Shepard told me you were on the Normandy.
It appears I have that effect on humans. Now Quarians as well, it seems.
For what it's worth, Quarians understand what it's like to lose your home.
As I understand, that was your own fault.
What do you mean?
In my cycle, Quarians didn't need helmets to survive. You were the masters of your own planet.
That was a long time ago.
And if you hadn't given birth to the machines, you would still breathe the air that evolution intended.
I see. Liara warned me you weren't what she expected.
And nothing about this cycle is what I expected. Even primitive Quarians were considered attractive in my age. A pity no one can appreciate it now.
Right. You know what? I think I have something important to do now. I won't keep you.
Dang. That was real harsh. It is a lot of good writing. It definitely makes for hard choices.
They're called Geth.
Yes, a formidable opponent. Why did you allow one on this ship?
Legion helped us before.
It's still a machine.
I take it you had your own problems with AI?
The Jatil, they were as the Geth are to this cycle.
What happened?
Their creators lived on a dying world. It was beyond their ability to save. So they resorted to implants to enhance their intelligence.
I think I know where this is going.
The AI seized the physical body. It could alter the genetic material at the deepest level. In time, the offspring were molded into a slave race. Few organic traces were left. They were monsters. All machines commit treachery. The one you brought on board is no different.
Very much so. And he comes from a vastly different time than where we're currently in. And he does not mince his words at all.
Maybe. But he's not like the other Geth.
You can't know that. They are more alien than you and I are to each other.
Just because Legion isn't like us doesn't mean he can't be trusted.
You're wrong. Throw it at the airlock.
How can you be that
No.
certain?
Organics do not know how we were created. Some say by chance, some say by miracle. It is a mystery. But synthetics,
No, we created them.
and they know we are flawed.
Why do you say that?
They are immortal. We are not. They see time as an illusion. We are trapped by its limitations. Above all, machines know the reason they were created.
EDI might disagree with that. But I see your point.
They serve a purpose, while we search aimlessly for ours. In their eyes, organics have no reason to exist. Do not trust them, Commander.
Basically, so I'm sure that there are people that would love to talk to a Roman way back in the day, but man, I'm sure it's not what people would expect. He is also the trauma for an entire species. There's probably a lot of survivor's guilt in terms of being the only one of his species to have survived. And for him, that equals to the anger that he feels.
I can't believe there isn't some way for us to coexist. We made them.
And then gave them the power to surpass you. There is room for only one order of consciousness in the galaxy. The perfection of the machines or the chaos of the organics. Throw the machine out of the airlock, Commander.
No.
I have a simple rule. If a machine can speak, kill it.
Now I'm worried that he's gonna try and go after Legion.
The machine you call EDI. What if she sympathizes with the Geth? We should watch her carefully. Why have you not thrown the Legion machine out the airlock, Commander? There is still time.
I'm not throwing him out. God
I
damn
still
it.
have much to learn about this cycle. I still have much to
You
learn about
sure
this cycle.
you sure do, buddy. You sure do. He's DLC, so he wouldn't. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad that that's not gonna happen. I don't know if I want to talk to her. Not really.
So I hear the elusive man drinks bourbon. It all makes sense now.
What do you mean? You love whiskey.
Hey, Scotch, my dear girl. That Scunner drinks American bourbon. Completely different.
He's a psychotic megalomaniac, and you've got problems with his choice of liquor?
You've obviously never experienced the peat aroma.
Yeah, I should. I just don't want to. Hang on. Of course, is back. Just a sec.
You have a reward for helping.
Hang on a second. I'm gonna take another quick BRB. Of course, just came home from a big grocery shop in case we need to quarantine, yeah. So, real quick, I will be right back. I'm gonna go help him put the stuff away. I'm back.
Meow.
Thank you.
I'll get that cat later.
No, you're fine. I wanted to make sure could help put food away because it was quite a bit.
Yeah, because it's double what we normally get. Like usually we cap out like 110. This was nearly $200 of groceries, so.
I'm just bringing it closer in case you want to stay in chat.
And also, hi, hey, Nikki.
Also, welcome back, Critic. There's nothing wrong with her necessarily, Hero. I just, after having like shitty runs with a lot of reporters, it feels like, fuck, more shitty reporters. And I hope I don't regret bringing her onto the ship. Hopefully that makes sense.
Oh, you actually allowed the reporter on your ship?
Listen.
Did you at least punch her first?
No. This is a different reporter.
Oh,
I did punch the other reporter though.
Okay.
She's kind of a reporter, but also she kind of has like, I guess it's kind of like a TV show-ish thing. She wanted to be able to help like share stories to kind of help bring like people together in times of war type of thing.
Okay, so not Fox News.
No, not Fox News. No, we punched the Fox News lady. Listen, I've punched a lot of people.
Yes, I saw. Literally, that's like, I come in for like 10 minutes, very quietly, because I was just sitting in chat, and you go fucking punch an admiral. It's like, what?
Listen, he was fucking shooting the ship.
I know, but also, is the appropriate response and a bell ringer?
What?
A bell ringer. That's the wrestling term they use to refer to punching someone in the nuts.
I didn't punch him in the nuts. I punched him in the gut.
It looks like in the nuts.
It was a lower abdomen, stomach area.
Chat, was it the guts or was it the nuts?
Listen, Hero would probably be the most on point person to answer in on this. For one, second, it was not the nuts. See, even Nikki's saying it's a gut.
No, Nikki said the nuts. Is trying to go fucking.
Has Alenko had media training? He just gave me this steady stare during our interview.
I don't hate her. I think might have missed like beginning part. I don't hate her. I'm just a little nervous about the fact that like she's not really a reporter, but she also kind of has that reporter energy going for her. And I'm just worried that like, is this the moment I'm gonna have to kick her off the ship?
I mean, war journalists are quite the interesting bunch. I mean...
Also, hi, J12. She is a reporter, okay.
Like, war reporters are an interesting bunch because, like, again, I follow Robert Evans, who, is a comedian, but also has literally sneaked into Syria before just to do war reporting there. A kind of interesting duality of existence.
She's not really here to fight. She made that very clear when she joined. I'll go see if James has anything to say.
She's arguably your propaganda arm, but in a good way.
It seems like it.
At least it's not like, hey, everything's great, nothing to worry about. It's, hey, here's what we can do together.
Heartburn, maybe.
That's what it seems like.
Seriously, could we at least get some decent tequila?
Hey, you're the procurement specialist. Set us up.
Next time we're at the Citadel, I think I might hit a nightclub. You should join me.
There's no reason to kick her off for... Okay. That's good.
Commander, you flew that Geth fighter out of the Dreadnought?
Actually, Legion did the piloting. I was stuck in a storage compartment with my squad.
Would have loved more time at that ship. Too bad we sent it to Hackett's team so quickly.
Oh, good. Oh, good. OBS has died. OBS has died for some reason. Okay.
I like how you still maintain your stream voice.
Well, I mean, it's... I don't know what capacity it's...
Can you...
I can still say chat. Yeah. OBS died. I don't even know if it's still recording it. I think it is.
It's trying to. It still was.
It's not dropping any frames though. So should I just try and reconnect? Like, stop it and start it again? Do you think? OBS. Reconnect is successfully, maybe?
Hi, do you guys hear us?
Okay, there it goes. There's... Welcome back. OBS died. Oh wait, no. It died again. Never mind. Well...
OBS is having troubles.
OBS is having troubles. We're gonna sit here and talk for a sec while it decides what it wants to do. I don't know if it was internet. All I know is that the notification I got was that OBS had disconnected. Kind of back. That's what it seems like. I'll give it another few minutes though. Just to make sure. OBS dying. I don't know how loud that was actually on mic. I'm sorry if that was super loud. Exactly, like the Discord BS yesterday. Like it seems like
Either it was
working,
extremely loud or didn't get picked up at all.
I mean, I was fucking with mic settings for like a good hour and some change, so I'm fairly certain it was able to pick it up because it was picking up the chink from the side cup and the chopstick.
Gotcha.
Slaps OBS fun. Careful, I might like that.
Just remember, ask for consent.
Ask for consent. The click was clear. At least I fixed audio things to where it comes in clear. Like, I'm sure you heard me a little bit while you went to go lay down that, like, I was doing test claps into the mic because I was just like, I can't laugh loud enough on command, but I can clap, so I'm gonna clap into the mic.
I will admit, I passed out so hard, I didn't hear it.
No, that's fair.
So, for everyone who hasn't been paying attention, my bank account is $46,000 lighter. And for a good reason this time, at least. Not like me locking myself out, which no one's gotten back to me about that, so...
Right, clap your hands. Listen, it's like, here, I'll do it real quick. Just like... Which, it wasn't picking up before, I'm pretty sure. At least, it was cutting off with loud sounds when I laughed. And a clap is pretty loud. I was doing a heck of a lot. And I'm pretty sure controller, like, clickies are still coming up on mic. But, I did the best I could. I'll still tinker with it to try and get rid of, like, controller clickies.
Hey, it's not as bad as when I was playing Stranger of Paradise and didn't realize the fucking controller had switched to my microphone, so you could really hear every single fucking
Yeah,
click.
and I was just like, why is it now having every single click super fucking register?
Yeah.
And it was also great when it decided you were going to join the Discord call and nobody could hear you, but I knew you were in the call.
Yeah.
For dears.
But hey, in 2 weeks the DLC will drop and maybe I'll actually do a stream, maybe.
DLC for Dicey Dungeon also dropped, and
Yesterday.
he played some of that.
Yes, I got through 2 of the episodes, 4 to go.
Oh fuck, if
Hey,
we do
Commander.
actually talk to him.
Sounds like you guys had a crazy ride over there.
You could say that.
Sorry,
If I could punch him in the nuts, I
That
would.
Geth Legion.
Just so you know.
I know you two have a past, but you sure we can trust it?
Listen. He had who had the bigger dick off against Garrus. Garrus obviously won, but that's besides the point. And just I've not been allowed to punch him since, but if I had the option, I would. He is a grunt. And not my baby boy grunt, like an actual grunt.
Legion's not like other Geth. We can trust him.
If you say so. I guess you can't always judge an individual by their species. Look at Sparks. If all the Quarians were like her, we wouldn't be stuck refereeing their war with the Geth.
Sparks?
Yeah, your Quarian friend. The jumpy one with the glowing eyes. Sparks.
Uh-huh.
Crazy that they picked now to start a fight. But I guess the end of life as we know it can be.
Tally's much better of a name.
Just a little?
Not everybody's as crazy as you, man.
Rat Slime. I'm judgmental of James because of his implicit sexism, and also the fact that he got offer for N7, which is a big deal, and it's just like, okay, you're gonna make the choice on that. I'm not gonna make it for you, but also like, be better, please. Don't just be a grunt. Shepard sure did. Shepard sure did. Hang on. Is there anyone I haven't talked to? Really? No, I think I talked to everybody. I could talk to Tally actually again. And I could talk to Legion actually. Wait, I talked to them already. Never mind. Never mind. We could go do other things.
Commander, there's a new message at your private
Or I guess we could just read more emails. Fuck. There's a lot here. Shepard, I have something important to tell you. I need to do this in person. Can you meet me in the commons? I'll send a nav point. No vids this time, I promise. Well, I guess we're gonna have to go see Miranda at some point. Dear Commander Shepard, thank you again for all you did to get our group out of that facility on Galek. Admiral Hackett is in. Whoopsies. Wrong down button. Between this main mission and the next, yeah. Yeah, I probably should go say hi. Especially if, like, doing the next part of the main mission is going to start some timed shit. A lot of the side missions I had gotten that I was looking up Hero, referenced missions that I did not have, which is why I ended up starting this one. Let's see, Admiral Hackett is an amazing man, and it's a privilege to work under him. The construction of the Crucible is presenting these challenges, but my team and I are determined to crack its mysteries. Although I never rely on luck, in this instance I fear we may need a little. Stay safe, Commander. I hope our paths cross again. This Crucible project is intense. Brian and the others are on it round the clock. Pretty soon I'll have to make a run to the Citadel to pick up some equipment at the hospital. If you've got time, want to meet me there. Things are so crazy on Galek. It'd be good to see you in a quieter place, you know? Hope to see you around, Jacob. Yee. Well, that's close before Tally can become a main. That's fair. I don't want to be closed off by anything super important. Commander Shepard, the news you cured... Oh, I accidentally pushed the wrong down button again. I've just heard the news you cured the genophage and that some of the females from my experiment were involved. I can't tell you how good this makes me feel. There hasn't been an hour I've not thought about what happened on Tuchanka and wondered if I did the right thing. This news validates all of the pain my experience caused. I hope one day to meet the females again and ask for their forgiveness. After you convinced Dr. Solis to spare me, I took his advice and opened a clinic on Omega. I thought it would help make amends for whatever suffering I caused. I had to leave when word got back to Clan Warlock that they put a bounty on my head for failing to deliver a cure. Maybe now they'll leave me alone. I guess this is the second time you saved my life, Commander. Chat is cute. Yeah, like, I could always go through this game again if I wanted to. I am very much so, once this is all over, just going to kind of hear, like, just talk with people about it and be like, this is now a spoiler zone for everything. Let's talk about it. Save the Admiral shut down guest server. Well, that sounds spicy. Yeah, exactly. I won't be able to see everything. And I also have this apparently now. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that would be different if Rex had died, as an example. If Rex had died...
You're cleared to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
I need a cab to the Presidium.
It'll be there momentarily.
I don't know how that would have fundamentally changed everything, but, like, I'm sure I'll get to talk to you and whoever else wants to basically gab about it. Miranda is in apartments, which is to the right up here. Place. She's somewhere around here.
I got your message, Miranda. Is this about your sister?
Shepard, I need access to Alliance resources. I can't say any more. You'll just have to trust me.
I don't like secrets, Miranda. Just tell me what's going on.
I can't, Shepard. If that's a problem, I'll go.
Don't. Trust is a little hard to come by right now.
Of course.
I feel like Miranda redeemed herself, and she's been talking about her sister, so I'm gonna trust her.
You'll have your access, Miranda, but I don't like the sound of this.
I know, and thank you. It means a lot.
That's not the only thing you wanted to talk about, is it?
No. I need to tell you something. Confess, really. It's been eating away at me.
Confess?
When I headed the Lazarus Project to rebuild you, I wanted to implant a control chip in you as a safeguard.
I think you mentioned this.
I did. There's more to it. The Illusive Man stopped me.
Yeah, she's not with Cerberus anymore. Oh, wait, which part am I gonna hate? Oh.
Sounds like it would have saved him a lot of trouble.
Maybe. He didn't want to interfere with who you truly were. Something that just obeyed orders. He wanted Commander Shepard. Installing the chip might have ruined you.
I understand why you wanted to. I was a complete unknown.
I've never had to deal with that many black boxes on a project. I felt blind.
Why bring that up now?
I fought against my father and his need to run every aspect of my life. He wanted total control over me, right down to my bloody DNA. After I got out of there, I couldn't stand by and let it happen to my sister. I risked my life to get her away from all that. Yet I didn't give a second thought to destroying your free will when I had the power.
This is what's been bothering you?
Yes.
Miranda, I lost 2 years of my life. You gave me back the rest of it. You could have changed me in 1,000 different ways. But you didn't. I don't know how, but you brought me back.
Thanks. But with so much being uncertain, I just wanted you to know I always regretted wanting that chip.
Aww. I can see why this would be eating away at her.
You can't keep beating yourself up over the past.
I usually don't. But this was important.
Some things you just don't have control over.
Guess my fancy genetics can't help me there.
No, they can't.
Okay. I hate to say it, but I should get moving. Thanks for understanding, Shepard.
Of course. And Miranda, this thing you have to do. Good luck.
Don't worry, Shepard. I always have a plan.
Well, I hope it goes well. Let me... There we go. Just moving the mic around a bit. Sorry, I just saw it do the reload thing, so I'm just giving it a sec. What's the good news, man? Wish I knew why the internet was being hectic tonight. Also, I don't think I mentioned, I hope dinner was good, Critic. New Joe Cat Goblin Punch animation. I'm trying to think if that's from a Dan Jones and Dragon thing, or if that's something else.
The clutch is stabilized? Really? That is wonderful news, my sister. You wish to name the first hat after the one who helped us? I think that's a wonderful idea.
Oh, plush? Okay.
Hello, Shepard.
Okay, there's nothing more to talk about.
C-Sec will shut this whole place down.
C-Sec couldn't protect us when Cerberus attacked. I'll take him to court.
You think Accord is going to want more people running with guns right now?
Then I'll go to the wards and sell from the back room at Purgatory.
People are already scared. If you violate weapons laws, they'll just be scared and trigger happy.
Would a bunch of civilians shooting at anything that moves make the Citadel safer?
The commander's right. Maybe if the council organizes a civilian militia with training. Otherwise, they'll just panic and get themselves killed.
I just want people to be safe.
I know, but second-guessing C-Sec isn't the way. What if we submit a proposal to start a militia?
Okay, that'd be something.
I'm glad they've come to an agreement. Aw, that's cute. I have not watched or seen or just a whole heck of a lot of Joe Cat stuff.
Please obey all local government restrictions when purchasing protective equipment.
Man, I wish the costumes did not look like weird.
Thank you for shopping at Agor Munitions.
See, is there anyone to talk with here? No.
Welcome to the Citadel gift shop. All welcome to Nosastra Sporting Goods.
Collector armor? Oh, right.
Our selection collections include rare technology upgrades from the Terminus systems.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. You need to hear this.
Oh, Blue Rose of Ilium. If these humble words reach you, then I have joined my ancestors.
No, no, no.
My dream was to be by your side, a weed beside your beauty, twining together in the warm Tuchunga sun.
Oh, Char.
But if my last days must be with Krant instead of kindness, still I will remember the perfume of your scent and the soft touch of your petals. Let my broken bones build a wall around your garden, so you and the flower we planted together can grow safe and strong.
Thank you.
Oh,
I should...
that was so pretty. What the heck?
Her name is Tasha.
Weshra, I have an audio log for you.
For me? Where did this come? Oh no. Oh, Tasha. Thank you for bringing this back. At least I know what happened.
Well, at least I could turn in a few things. I should at least lighten the appearance of the journal, at least. Every day is sadness. No. We did what we could, which was give it to her. Alright, there's that one now we can do. Apparently there are a few Arachnite ones we could do. I guess some of these I could do before the primary one. But also we could do the N7 one probably first. That makes sense. Hang on, is there... Don't really want to talk to James. Cortez is in the bar. We have to go say hi to him. We have to go say hi to him.
Now arriving at ward level purgatory.
Will your new heavy armor keep you safe? I've watched your reports.
Let's see, where would they be? Lower bar, cool. Oh, and they're here too, hang on. Looks like I can only talk to Edie this time. Or at least initiate conversation.
I was just about to get us another round.
So, looks like you two are having fun.
Yes. Joker's been smiling and laughing at a significantly higher rate since he and I agreed upon a relationship. I mean, he is happier.
Aww.
It seemed like you two might make a good match.
I was not so certain. When I first presented this body to Jeff, he seemed aloof.
Really? What did Joker say?
He said I didn't have to conform to some feminine ideal in order to impress him. I then called him on his bullshit, and we then proceeded to talk normally. After your encouragement, his attitude exhibited signs of change. He said he was reluctant, but you convinced him to go for it.
Maybe.
I might have helped a little. I see. Thank you for your support, Shepard. This is proving to be an illuminating experience.
I'm glad you're both happy.
I always thought this place would be cool if it didn't involve so much walking.
If you're in pain, I can carry you.
Now, where's Steve? Where's Steve? Where's Steve? He's supposed to be over here. Oh, there he is. Maybe? No. Fuck. Let her carry you, exactly. Did he move? No, he's supposed to be around here somewhere. Unless I'm not allowed to talk to him. But he did say we could have a drink together, so, like, imagine he's somewhere. It's not highlighting on anybody. Unless it's over there, maybe? Maybe. Or go check over there. Make sure.
I recovered some texts from the library in Reaper controlled space. I can have them waiting for you at Bay D24 if that would help.
Really? Oh, damn. Couldn't hurt. Thank you. Maybe
You over here somewhere, maybe, buddy? Well, I guess I don't know where Cortez is. It says he should be over here, but he's not. Oh well. Maybe I'm not allowed to talk to him yet? That would be weird, but I guess that's an option. At some point, I'm sure Joker will get a little tired and she will carry him. That's a mood. But no, I'm sure Joker will be carried by her later. Hang on.
Please select a destination.
You know what? We didn't go to the hospital. We'll go to the hospital.
1 moment, please. Now arriving at Huerta Memorial Hospital.
Where?
Welcome to Certa.
I guess I'll grab this.
Be safe.
They said there's no point, but Jacob's here, and I would like to say hi to Jacob. Just past Jacob. I sure did.
Hey, Shepard. I'm glad to see you. I know things are crazy right now.
Exactly. So you have to take the moments when you can. What's going on with the Crucible?
That project is crazy. Freaking huge. And all these brilliant minds are working night and day trying to figure it out. I wish you could see them. Heads down, piecing it together. It's something to see. We'll get this Crucible built, Shepard.
This game made you hate Jacob? Oh.
I feel it. Do you feel it?
Yeah, sure. I feel it. And I'm counting on you and everyone there. Get it done.
Believe it.
That is fair. I don't remember having a great relationship with Jacob in the second one. But it is nice when characters are being shown to have a better environment to thrive in.
It was interesting to meet Bryn. How is she?
She's great, actually. It's good to see her work without the distraction of having to worry about the colony.
And you and her?
We're having a baby, Shepard.
Wow. Congratulations.
Wasn't exactly planned, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna be a better father than mine was. Do the whole thing right. It's,
One more thing to fight for.
You got that right. Bryn wants to name it after you.
Really?
Yeah. Shepard.
That's nice.
Yeah.
This would be incredibly awkward if I
I'm gonna talk
romanced
her
him.
out of it. No offense.
None taken.
Good.
Hey, Shady. Very good game. A lot of hard choices, though. At least in this... We're currently in hard choices land. Which is basically, from my understanding, a hard choice is the game, but it's fine. Glad you're having a good time with it, though. And also, heck that hero. Heck that to him. Good thing I don't live in this timeline, and I live with a one Turian partner. Boyfriend? Partner? Thing? You know what I mean.
So what's going on with you? You still like what you're doing?
Things are good. I'm good.
Still not tempted to come back to the Normandy?
Always tempted, Shepard. But no.
So, you working on the Crucible?
Don't get me wrong. I'm smart, but not that smart. Hackett keeps me busy, though.
How's he doing?
Holding up. If they make old guys any tougher than that, I'd like to see it.
Well,
I'm glad we had time to talk.
Me too. Gotta take the moments when you can. So true. And Shepard, thanks again for getting my people out alive.
Take care, Jacob.
You too, Shepard. I'm thinking about you out there. Stay safe.
She just phased through me. Okay, so hopefully I turned in a lot. I gained one though. Heck. There's so much. There's still so much to do. Turian officer needs the banner of the 1st Regiment to inspire his troops, recover it from the place and deliver it to them. We'll go do the N7. We'll leave here and go do the N7.
One moment, please. Now arriving at docking bay D-24.
I've got your briefing, Private. Let's fill you in before the squad arrives. The Alliance is...
What? Just talking.
Oh, gotcha. I imagine we won't do Anderson's apartment until the entirety of the Tali's fleet is resolved. At least that's what I assume. I don't need any more. Yeah. I assume it's not going to lock me out of the apartment stuff, at least. Apprentice is great. I agree. Also, since it's been a hot minute since I have asked. Hopefully audio sounds okay with all the changes I've made. Hopefully there hasn't been any weird cutting out or anything like that. Apartment can be the final thing before the final mission. Like the final mission of the game as a whole. Audio good? Good. Thank you. Just want to make sure. Okay.
Shepard, about 72 hours ago, the reactors...
Good to know. I'll definitely hold off on it then.
Scans of the
What happened to the troop station there?
Unknown, but no fuel means no fleet presence in this theater. The enemy will operate unchecked. I need you to get in there, find out what's going on, and get those reactors back online. Captain Riley's on site doing preliminary recon. She leads one of our top engineering teams.
We'll get to the bottom of this, Admiral.
Good, hack it out.
Commander, Corporal Nyrek reporting. Captain Riley is on point waiting for you.
How long have you served in this outfit, Corporal?
3 tours. Been through thick and thicker. The captain always sees us through.
Well, guess I have to find them.
Toxic radiation cutting access to most of the grid. Survival in hotspots not possible.
I'm glad, because I really hecked around and did a whole lot changing of things.
Captain Riley? Commander, it's an honor.
Commander, Captain Riley has me scanning the facility. It's a dual reactor system, so you'll have to break up into 2 teams.
Roger that.
The fuel rods for both reactors need to be unlocked before we can initiate a restart. Your route is blocked. Captain Riley's man is working to clear the obstacles.
Understood, Lieutenant.
Got it, Captain.
Good work, Coslow. Ready your team to hit Reactor 2, Captain. Got it. We'll cover you till you're clear.
Team 2 moving out, Commander.
Good luck, Captain.
There were 100 Turians stationed here. Now, nothing.
Maybe they retreated.
They wouldn't. Pretty sure they're all dead.
Just stay sharp, people.
I get the feeling I'm gonna die if I jump into that. Basically, I was trying to adjust audio so that way, for some reason, the better compression, like, noise, not compression, suppressor? I forget the proper name for it. I'm not going to bring it up now. The better one was, for some reason, making voice super crunchy when it hasn't done that before. So I switched it, and it made it less crunchy. I was also trying to make it to where, like, it didn't try to eat whenever I laugh. So, because I know that can get loud. I don't think I need to activate that again. You know what, we're just gonna jump down. You know what, I figured as much. It sure is, and I didn't think about the fact this is like, you know what, I'm either gonna die or I'll have some time. Instead, it was immediate death.
Same situation here. I'll find a way to vent the area. This looks like ventilation control.
Should do the trick.
Radiation clearing. Console now accessible.
Let's unlock
It was definitely a moment of I fucked around and I found out.
Power is restored. System ready. Fuel rods unlocked here. Wait a minute.
Commander, Captain, checking movement in your areas.
Defensive positions. Enemy inbound.
We're ready for them.
new things.
Tank 1 is sealed and stable. Patching seems to be working. Only one more to go here. Tank 2 is sealed and stable.
Commander, the core is stabilized. Reactivation can go ahead.
Riley, you in position?
Affirmative. Awaiting your word.
Trying to grab as much stuff as I can.
Initiating restart.
Commander, Captain, I'm reading a lot of movement. Headed your way.
Incoming! Progress.
Round 2, here we go.
From where, though? Oh, from here. Where are they? We good? We're not good. Good now? Not quite. There we go.
Hold tight. One of my people is coming.
Roger that.
I'm gonna send Tally.
Tally?
I'm on it.
You're clear for the moment, Commander. Can't raise Captain Riley.
What about Tally?
Nothing, Commander. No one's answering my hails. But I'm tracking some movement toward the pickup point. Finalize the restart, then we can rendezvous there.
Will do.
First, gonna make sure there's nothing important over here. I don't think so. I think we're good. This looks like I've already gone around in circles, so we'll just initiate the final startup.
Restart is complete.
Reactor fully powered and operational, Commander.
Commander, you saved our asses. My team is in your debt.
You good, Tally?
Job well done. Report back to the shuttles.
I imagine they probably would have died had I not sent anybody.
Good work down there, Shepard. Without that depot, the entire theater would be at risk.
What are the odds the Reapers will be back?
I'm allocating a task force to maintain and defend the facility. If the Reapers come back, we'll be ready. I read Captain Raleigh's report. It says she and her team wouldn't have made it without you.
I'm glad I could help.
I'll keep you posted on new developments. Hack it out.
Have fairness. You've sent me that one before.
It's so appropriate.
Yes, but also like, I thought I was doing better.
I'm just so sending it. Just because I gotta be calling my thought that bitch. You called me worse on stream.
I know.
Don't give me that fucking look.
Maybe I'm the only one that's allowed to call you bitch.
You see the gear turning, and I'm trying to figure out how far into this abyss I want to go.
I mean, fucking do it, whatever. Do it, coward.
Where? I'm just thinking, I want fucking food.
No, that's fair. For context, he sent me a link to a tweet that says, "Stop gaslighting yourself into the narrative you're lazy when you're really burnt out and exhausted as fuck from faking being well," which is fair. But also, he said that to me before. This is like, that's why I was just like, you've called me out on this before, and I agreed. Can we be cackling? Yeah. Hopefully it didn't cut out this time with mic changes, but it makes me laugh. Oh, I had not to spit the water on Tiffy. I'm sorry, Beth. It made me laugh. Also, fuck, there's still like a shit ton of things to do. Can we do this? Can we do this? Taking a photo for prosperity. Recover it from... That's my Chris. Thank you, Nikki. Hopefully it came through fully this time and not like weirdly cut out because Mike doesn't know how to handle it. Okay, it needs to be somewhere here. Recover from catalyst. It did? Good. Which means finally found out Mike's settings to not like have it eat it. Alright, so somewhere.
I found something.
Hopefully this is it. Banner of the 1st Regiment. Okay, yep, that's what I need. Just gonna do a boop. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. That's extremely loud.
Faster than job successful.
Thank you. Thank you, Myth. I'm gonna let that cool down for a second. He gave me pizza. Sold the Spectre terminal. Oh, I did not. Civilian is way too intimidating of a game for me. There's too much to manage. No, I still don't have that mission actually, so I can't do that one. Okay, so man, my Google history is going to look real weird. Thorium poison? Poison can be found during the mission. Oh, you know what? I should go back to the Citadel then. One of these I think I missed. So I should be able to find it in like in the Spectre shop. Took me 19 hours to beat my first game. Which is fine, just... That would be too long for me.
You're cleared to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
Embassies?
I need to get to the embassies. Yes, Commander.
Yeah, Spectre Terminal.
I have excellent news. Your daughter's paperwork has been processed.
Status recognized.
Chemical burn treatment. Thorium specific toxin. So I missed two. With Spectre level access codes, it's possible to bypass standard security protocols and track top level diplomatic patches. The location of consoles access using specific ciphers will be uploaded to the Spectre Zombie tool and highlight for easy detection. Sure. A Rotarian patient named Gorak is located in a makeshift clinic in the temporary refugee camp at Docking Bay E-24. He is suffering from undisclosed but severe injuries. Medical staff from the hospital have provided painkillers, but there is no visible long-term treatment because the Rotarian refuses to share records. No data on Gorak is available prior to his arrival on the Citadel. I love you too, Nikki. CSEC has requested a number of surveillance warrants in an attempt to find evidence that would incriminate Cerberus informants on the Citadel. Officers have trapped public surveillance feeds but do not have able access to private security feeds. Spectre authorization would enable CSEC to tap into business feeds without information. Civilian agencies. Feels like that's kind of needed right now. So what I'm hearing is that Myth is also cute. You guys screaming mode at some point. That's fair. CSEC has fielded requests for a civilian Attila to defend the Citadel in the event of another attack. Many CSEC officers believe Attila would benefit the Citadel's state of readiness and improve morale, but they lack funds and clearance for the program. Spectre authorization will allow CSEC to begin training civilian volunteers using funds normally allocated to excessive bonuses. Yeah, we'll go ahead and authorize that. Private Halavi has requested a transfer to a unit actively engaged against Reaper hostiles. A note from Sergeant Mo says that Private Halavi is an exceptional engineer, recommending her for duty on a team set to sabotage Reapers. Processing centers. Spectre authorization would fast track this request. Let's do that. Captain Riley on N7 operation has been nominated for commemoration of valor for her actions on Sion. Approval from Inspector would fast track the award process. Let's do that. We're just gonna authorize everything. At the very least, it allows you to say no to like certain sexual advances, and then that, like, you know, that character generally doesn't bring it up again unless they're already kind of shitty to begin with. Did it not give you 5 animated emo slots right off the bat? I thought it would have. That is fair, Shady. That is 100% fair. Just one animated emo slot. Interesting. I wonder if it will unlock then more, depending on how many points you're able to accumulate in a single month. Well, we could go to the hospital again to kind of turn these in. Luckily, I can just buy them when I miss them. Thank goodness for allowing you to buy them, because I sure have missed a whole heck of a lot of them.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at Huerta Memorial Hospital.
Let's see, who do I give it to? No, that's fair. There's also a lot cut out from the straight Toonami version. It's more like sexual tension, or I guess that would be the right word for it. I'm not sure if it would be. Than its actual counterpart. Did I miss? Maybe. Is there not? Who do I give this to? Well, here's one.
I overheard what you said. I found this at a Cerberus station. A poison tailored to Turians.
Let me see. Yes, I think this is it. With these schematics, we should be able to come up with an antidote. Thank you. The General might pull through because of this.
Okay, so there should be one more person I need to turn into. Maybe it's Doctor one? Maybe it's just the console? Hang on. Sorry, you scanned me for no reason.
Knowles, this is Shepard. I found one of the code locations.
Okay, I'll shut it down. Just need to authorize your Spectre status. Someone used this to cut off power to a dozen life support machines in the hospital. Okay, that access code is officially disabled. Can you find any more?
Don't really want to talk to Jacob again.
Welcome to Serta.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and buy this, I guess.
Thank you for shopping.
Sales go to help new medical research.
I wonder if I saw the meme that you're referring to. They were not great about needing to know what was censored and not censored, to be fair. There's a whole heck of a lot of learning process that went into all of this. Where?
She's covered.
Glowing. No, I'm in the wrong spot. Hang on. Wait, hang on. It highlighted console, right? I just saw it. Unless it was counting from the other end.
I came across this treatment plan at a chemical plant. Could it help?
Treatment? What is... I've never seen this kind of process before.
Huh. Probably experimental. It's a long shot, but let's run some tests and see if it might work for our patient. Any improvement?
Yes, the counter agent is finally starting to kick in.
Excellent.
Any improvement?
Yes, the counter agent is finally starting to kick in.
Something about her being a part of the ship. It was over a decade of it bothering me, and then someone points in Deer's Discord about a lost star, and finally all came together. Gotcha. Yeah, that is a part of it. I think that's all I need to do here. Shortens the list a little bit. You know, this is probably not the best place to be trying to look at this with all the wounded around me and running in my ear. Let's see. I debate on what I want to do next. Can we? Might need to go find other consoles on the Citadel, I think, for this. Let's see. What is... Man, Cerberus did a lot of shit. it feels like. Just thinking about how many of these have been Cerberus. Let's see. Reaper code fragment. Hang on. It's referencing a mission. Okay, so I should be able to have that. Oh, Brogan's dying message. Let's see. Okay, so that one I get from this one. Nikki is also cute. Thank you, J12. Was that with me, Sassy and Epcarnus? Hi, Angel. I hope you're doing good. Saw yesterday you weren't feeling super great. Thank you, J12. I appreciate it. Okay, we're not doing this one until later. Are you being sassy over there? He's being sassy, probably. I don't know how well you can hear him with me being here. Just feel very tired. Oh. Hopefully you're able to get some rest. Okay, this is in reference to this one, so I can't do that one yet. Let's see. Did that. Okay, this is something I can actually do on the Citadel itself, so we can go do this one.
Spectre status recognized. Please one moment, please.
I think my medication's having some side effects, kind of making me numb, sleepy, not energetic.
Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
Was the Volus ambassador here earlier?
Yes, he was, Commander.
I need in. Spectre business.
I'll unlock the office when you're ready.
I'm ready.
You've never been this uncooperative with us before, Ambassador.
That's because you were actually doing some good in the galaxy before.
Has that changed? How many colonies would be gone if we hadn't taken action against the Collectors?
Too many. But fighting the Alliance
must continue in order to end the war. We understand it took a lot for you to reach out to Cerberus, Ambassador Korlak. We ask that you trust us a little longer.
You people are monsters!
Ambassador, please.
Hundreds dead. Udina betraying the Council. I should have cut ties with you ages ago.
And what will that accomplish now? The risks you took by passing information to Cerberus. It's left you in an interesting position. If you sever contact, we can't protect you from the consequences.
I have no time for this.
We'll speak again. Have a good day, Ambassador Korlak.
The Turians think I'm still working for Cerberus. They've put a price on my head. I can't go to C-Sec, but Cerberus has plans. An entire Turian colony rests on my life. If anyone finds this, I hid a tracking receiver in the office suite beside the human embassies.
Huh.
What are you... Damn, Cerberus has them everywhere nowadays.
You gonna go on about them all night?
Just get the car up here quick. Little bastard's even heavier than he looks.
Saeed?
Oh, good. That was DLC character from last game, wasn't it?
How long till we kill Korlak?
Once the credits go through. Was beginning to think you weren't interested in the money.
I'm not. Because Korlak worked for Cerberus? What'd they do to you? None of your goddamn business. He waking up?
This is Commander Shepard. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Tell me where you are.
We're still near the Presidium. C-Sec will check Selkish arms when they realize I'm missing. They won't give a damn when they realize you sold them out to Cerberus. Wait. Cerberus is planning to attack a colony that...
Stay calm. Help's coming.
Now arriving at Presidium Commons.
Saeed used to work for Cerberus. Ask him why he's here.
Why? Why go after your old employer, Saeed?
How do you know my name all of a sudden?
Good question.
Oh, good. Well, one of these rooms, maybe?
Damn, wrong door. He needs you alive to stop Cerberus.
Cerberus is after a Turian colony. Kill me, and they get it.
Drop my name.
Shepard's investigating. She's a recent acquaintance.
How recent?
Very.
Shit. Alright, I'm listening.
Oh, I didn't get to finish hearing that. Oh well.
Shepard. Glad I wasn't just making an ass of myself over a hunch. Undisciplined bastards. This is what I get for signing up at the last minute.
Where's Korlak?
I'm here, Commander. You saved my life. I almost died because the Turians thought I was still with Cerberus.
Did those mercs hurt you?
I'm fine. They wanted me alive until the fees were delivered for my capture. They didn't care about what I had to say.
You kept mentioning a colony in your message.
Information on a Turian planet's defense system. They'll strike soon. But if I tell you which planet they're attacking, Cerberus will know I turned traitor.
Turn? You already betrayed your own people.
We saved your life. Tell us what planet you put in danger.
I can offer a bargain. The Volus bombing fleet. In tactical terms, it's worth far more than a colony.
Or you could give us both.
You can warn the Turians there'll be an attack, Commander. That should be general enough to ward off suspicion.
No.
You tried to do the right thing before. It failed because you trusted the wrong people. Now here's your chance to make up for it. You're giving us Volus support, and you're going to help us make Cerberus pay for using you.
I can't.
You can.
Waste of everyone's time trying to appeal to a Volus's better nature, Shepard.
Aphis. The colony's name is Aphis. Cerberus wants its shipyards.
And the bombing fleet?
Yes, it's yours, Commander. I'll speak with Citadel Security about this incident. You have my thanks.
Took him long enough to spit that out.
Zaid, what are you doing here?
Later, C6 on their way. Won't be too pleased with the mess we left them. Catch up with me at the docks if you like.
Cerberus forces have attacked the Turian colony of Aphis, but were repelled thanks to advance warning from Alliance forces. Heavy losses have been
Well, you know, I didn't think I would see him again. Maybe he was a DLC character. I just kind of assumed that he wasn't going to be a part of main story. Let's see, which dock is he at? Okay, holding area.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at docking bay E24.
I'm honestly surprised that he didn't shoot him. He very much seemed like a kill first, ask questions later.
James?
Commander, what brings you down here?
I was about to ask you that.
Well, after our little chat, I made up my mind. I'm gonna join the N7 program.
And you're celebrating by getting a tattoo?
Sort of. See, there's no official channels to go through right now. So, I guess this is my way of making it official. Technically, I'm just an N7 recruit, but, you know, I figure with you as my training officer, how could I fail? Right?
What?
I'm flattered, but I wouldn't exactly say I'm training you.
Not officially, but what the hell is in this goddamn war? I'm just saying, whether you like it or not, you're my direct superior, and you're N7. So I take my lead from you, and you know, I'll take whatever advice you got.
Really?
Sure. The good advice.
He is a handful, I swear.
Well, they wouldn't ask you if they didn't think you could handle it.
Here's hoping.
But the real work starts now.
Uh-huh. I know it seems like I don't take things seriously, but when I commit to something, I fully commit.
Clearly.
Hey, I won't let you down.
The only person you need to prove yourself to is the one standing in the mirror every morning.
Good point.
You know, that's gonna sting for a few days. You gonna be ready for duty?
Always. Hey, maybe we should get matching.
You want me to get an N7 tattoo?
N7? Sure. Or you could get my name done.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
You're such a tease, Vega.
Don't say that.
You're gonna make good on all this flirting.
No, this is not what I wanted.
I didn't mean to, you know, I was just...
No.
That's what I thought. Later, Lieutenant.
Later. Careful.
I hated that. I know it was to put him in his place, but it's just like, I have one, and it's not him.
What the hell are you looking at?
Nothing. Nothing.
Wondered if you'd show up, Shepard. Figured you'd be too busy recruiting goddamn armies for this war you're in charge of.
I could always use more help.
I'll bet. I've seen footage of what happened on Earth. Tell you what, I'll see if some old contacts of mine are still around. Can't promise you anything, but if enough of them are still breathing, I can lend a hand.
Who are those people you were with?
Bunch of mercs from Omega. Signed on with them when I heard they were making a hit on Cerberus. Should have studied the job longer.
You want to learn about this game just to remove him from the game. Yeah, just like, I'm just really not a fan of him.
Who are those people you were with?
Bunch of mercs from Omega. Signed on with them when I heard they were making a hit on Cerberus. Should have studied the job longer.
I know he's like a grunt and whatever, it feels like, I don't like having to interact with him, really. Actually, hang on. Is there... It would break the game. That's fair. Well, I guess, like, Z moved already? No. James moved back to the poker table. No? No, that's past the poker table. Yeah, from the beginning. Yeah. Maybe just replace him with a better personality.
Hey there.
Hey.
It just highlights the fact that Garrus is so much better. Like, you know what? I'm with Garrus. I don't have to worry about getting with him. It just feels like there are times with Shepard trying to flirt back, and it's just like, I'm not comfy with that. Like, I know what she's trying to do, but also it's just like, I don't want that. Yeah, also shows how rough things are. Eden Prime? Got a lot of these is grabbing something and bringing it back. Well, I mean, I have 2 for the Hades Nexus, so I could... we go to the Hades Nexus, I guess.
One moment, please. Now arriving at docking bay D-24.
Have you discovered a way to run FTL spaceships without
what?
Mesocore private?
Oh, and there's another console.
Knowles, I found another spot where the Batarian codes were used.
Holy crap. These are the remote navigation
So we've got Batarian.
Ah, I cut out voice.
Okay, this code's offline now as well. Should just be one left, Commander.
I don't know if I want to go looking for this last code right now. I'll find it later. Let's see. Now we need to find Hades Nexus, which hopefully we have unlocked. Milky Way. Hang on, can I go there? No, I can't. Hades Monkey. Hades Gamma. I've been over this before. I still don't have it. I still don't have it. Never mind. Can't do that. Uh-oh, what happened to your finger? Was it the plasma donating? So we can't do anything in the Hades Nexus because we don't have access to it. We can't do these other ones because they're connected to the rest. No, uh-oh. I'm trying to think if I'm at the point where I just need to do more of the other stuff. Because I can't do the Omega stuff. I think I might have picked up that one too. Yeah, I guess, I mean, he's a statue of the spirit here to help with Crucible research. Find one in the Athena Nebula. Turn the curtain around and my grip loose, and then the tutor probably slipped down inside itself but caught my finger in a bad pinch. Oof. That sucks. Hurt like hell and bled a lot. Oof. God. I'm trying to think of the last bruise I got. I think it was while I was working at the hospital. At least that was a big one. That was a big bruise that I had gotten. But like... I forget, did it say... Sorry, did it say... No, it just says negative. Which means I gotta scan. Which also means that it might not go through. Depending on if Reapers decide that they want to bop in here. That is understandable. Guess I'll go up here first. The last big bruise that I can account for was when I was working at the hospital. I had non-slip shoes because working in the kitchen. Oh boy. Hey bud. Hey bud. so incredibly loud.
Evasion successful.
I need to go back here, I guess. There was one night I was finishing up dishwashing, finished cleaning up and stuff, and it was all clean and whatnot. I had slipped though, and I had fallen. Hang on. Is this it? Now we'll just feel. Heck you.
Reapers eluded.
Well, I guess I'll go peel up real quick. I slipped and fallen on my back. And, apparently in the midst of the fall, I had tried to grab onto the edge of the sink, and that had failed because it was a metal sink. And hands were still slippery. But, instead, like, between, like, my shoulder and my elbow, part of my arm had apparently hit the edge of the sink on the way down, and I hadn't realized it. I thought my back was going to be, like, the one that got the most hecked out of it, but it wasn't. But not just, I had just this gnarly bruise that took up, like, half of the arm for a good while. Hi, Sar. It's a Saturn planet. I thought I scanned this and it didn't do it. Yeah, it didn't do it. Unless this is different. Do I have to land here? We are checking things out. Trying to do some side quests that I can do before returning to main story mission. But hey, we have Tali now. Oh. Arya's son. So I have to go back there. Fuck. Hopefully it'll let me go back there. Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, don't worry about it. I don't know what it means if I get caught, but hey, no, no, no. Fuck. Man, that's rude. I was almost there. I was almost there.
Faster than light jump successful.
Man. You can't just leave on the other side? Oh, okay. I thought it had to be the arrows. Slipped on carpeted stairs once and grabbed the handrail, but it yanked my shoulder hard and my shoulder joint was sore for several days. Oof.
Evasion successful.
Well, I got the piece I needed. Thank you, hero. I was about to check the rest of them. Okay. Real quick. Trying to see if I need to turn it in. Can't do anything on the Hades Nexus because I don't have access to it. Wait, where do I turn this back into? Where do I turn this back into? It's one of the things you don't turn in, but adds to your rep. Oh, okay. I don't have to worry about that. Seems like a lot of these I just still don't have access to, or I need to be able to grab them from starting the Arachnite things. Actually, hang on. It's been a while since I've made a safety save. I'm gonna take up so many slots with just making a safety save and not keeping it to one save because I'm paranoid that I'm gonna accidentally erase something. So I guess we're gonna go do Arachnite stuff then, I guess. I completely own the fact that it is an anxiety save. Renoke. Nope. Nah, that's fair. I said the wrong thing. This is the one I want to land on, right? Either. It's not going to kickstart the main story thing. I have to do both of these and then it'll give me the main one, yeah? Okay. Works for me. And obviously we're bringing Tali along because I imagine that Tali would like to come along on these kinds of adventures. Metaphorical adventures.
Commander Shepard, this is Admiral Zan. Have you reached Salcoris' escape pod? Not yet. What's your status? The civilian fleet has taken significant losses since Salcoris sacrificed his ship to destroy a Geth ground cannon. Searching for their lost admiral is the only thing keeping the captains from panicking. What makes finding the admiral a priority? Despite opposing the invasion, he did an admirable job protecting our civilian ships.
Oh, good. So no pressure, right?
They've lost a leader in a war they didn't want.
This is pressure in the game. You're right, Tsar.
The invasion would be stalled without a supply chain, after all. I'll do what I can. Keep your civilians safe. I make no promises. My own ships must be coordinated for our final strike on Rannoch.
Rannoch.
Getting some
Okay.
static.
It appears Salcoris crashed within range of a Geth jamming tower. You must disable it to contact it. Be sure to proceed with caution.
Zen? Admiral Zen!
Don't love that sound.
Well, this should make things interesting.
We'll see in a minute.
You would make things
Take us into the
interesting.
tower.
I said what I said.
We're taking fire. The Geth installed anti-aircraft guns beside the jamming tower.
We'll have to disable them on foot. Once the guns are gone, you take out the tower.
Right, Commander. Setting you down here.
My people have been in exile for centuries. To be standing here in the land of my ancestors,
It's probably a lot for Tali right now.
Jamming towers. Clever. But if we just towed in some asteroids...
You want to drop meteors on Rannoch? You'd make it unlivable.
The dust would settle, and you've already got the suits.
Get.
Oh, that's not a person. I thought that was a person. Hi. Good.
You all right?
I'm okay. Watch out for more mines.
Oh, good. Well, they're mines, I guess. This is a sniper. I'm gonna give it to Garrus. It does add to weight, but it does a ton more damage. I'm sure he will enjoy it. You enjoy, baby. I love you.
Get below us.
Yeah, see that. Yeah, probably would be good to do a small stretch and probably eat the rest of this pizza real quick. So I'll do a quick BRB, I think. You're getting another one when you still have one.
What are you talking about?
Listen, it existed like 5 seconds ago before you chugged it. I might have done it as Pat Garrus, but that's fine. Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself for that one? Okay, I'm gonna do a quick BRB. I'm gonna eat the rest of the pizza and stretch and whatnot. I will be back.
Ow.
Coward.
Ow.
Never sure what one this is. It says preparing. It's just like, is it preparing? I don't know.
I don't know what preparing means in this context.
I don't know. Also, hi everybody. Let me switch back over.
I'm just
stuff and things.
I'm just I don't know, I'm just basically I just looked at my bank account now that I've made the down payment and it's just like
You're sad.
This makes me sad because all the hard-earned work it doesn't reflect in my account anymore. But also,
and I did nothing.
You kept me sane. In this fucking world, keeping me sane is a hard task.
Still, I wish I could have come with some bit more funds to be like, I will help. Talk about pizza. I don't know the specifics with Turian food. I don't know a whole heck of a lot of lore. You spent too much time in the cottage. Listen, that's okay. You enjoyed a thing that you wanted to know more about. I'm sure I've done that with things. I just can't think of any off the top of my head because pressure to think of something off the top of my head. We good? You good, Garrus? Okay, he's good. But hey, we're able to have wine together, so that's something. Can I just move the button? Won't let me move the button. It's rude.
Looks like the gun has a control panel. Let's take a look.
Oh, I grabbed the weapon. Whoops.
One of us needs to take those AA guns offline.
Tally should be good.
Tally, you take the guns.
No problem.
I'm sure she'd like to poke around with this technology.
Drop and gag!
That's such a weird sound. Holy shit. Oh, the gun works the longer I held on to it.
AA gun is offline.
Good. Now let's shut down the two by the tower.
It's a massive explosion. It basically is. Grab all the things. Well, I guess I have to run then so I don't accidentally set off a trap.
You heard my message. Send out a distress call.
Radios are down. You a soldier?
Maintenance. Dorm hats. I clean engine parts.
This place is filled with Geth. You should have hidden.
I thought I could buy the other civilians time. Fight some Geth. There were so many.
Aww.
First time I've even held a gun.
Don't move. We've got Metagel.
I've lost too much blood. Go. Look for the Admiral. Destroy that jamming tower. And you can rescue him.
We'll find him, Lord. I promise.
Please. Listen. The civilian fleet didn't want this war. If there's even a chance that Admiral Chorus can get us out alive. And my son. Tell him. Tell Jonah that his father made it to the whole world.
We will. Rest well when has the first Ranlock.
Aww.
Let's get to that tower.
Aww. We're in a war that nobody wanted. Man, such as the way. You, sir, are not supposed to be still alive, actually. He's allowed to be, but like, heck.
Let's look at the guns console. We should be able to disable it.
Who do you want on this gun, Shepard?
Give Tali the
I want you on this,
experience.
Tali.
Right.
Should hop in that turret, Shepard.
Get inbound!
This one? Yep, this one.
Let's get the last one.
Get by the door!
Oh, we can just go through here. Okay. We good?
Who should disable the gun, Shepard?
I'll give Garrus a go too,
Garrus,
I think.
I want you on it.
No problem.
I'll share the guns. I guess I should have gotten on this. Oh well.
I'll signal the shuttle. This is Commander Shepard. Dorn didn't make it, Admiral.
He didn't? I see.
I'm coming in with a shuttle. Where are you?
My surviving crew found their way to a clearing. I'll upload their location.
Stay together. We'll meet you there.
No, the Geth have cut me off. I hear another way of approaching.
Give us your coordinates.
Leave me. My crew will soon be overrun.
So will you.
My people are non-combatants, Shepard. They'll be slaughtered. Rescue them.
Fuck. Ah, fuck. We need him, right? Like, we need him. This is not a great choice to be making. It's not a great choice to be making.
Admiral, I need you leading the civilian fleet if we're gonna end this fight.
Civilians, our entire race took up arms for this insanity. It's too late for us.
It's only too late if you die down here.
You can't possibly think you can stop this war.
I don't know. What I do know is that I can't do it without your help.
Ancestors, forgive me. Uploading my coordinates.
We're coming.
This doesn't feel like a great choice to be making. Oh good, and now I have to actually protect him.
Get behind you! Get in cover!
Man, I can't see if I'm actually hitting anything.
Clear, go! Admiral, come on! Welcome aboard.
Shepard, my crew. Perhaps there's still time. Hello? This is Zalcoris. Does anyone copy? Hello?
We've got to go.
I'm sorry.
Pray they found comfort in the homeworld skies.
I don't like having to make that choice.
Commander, unrest has spread further than I thought. You were right that I returned.
Have you talked the civilian captains into staying?
Yes, they've regrouped into defensive positions around the fleet's core. If we hadn't stopped them from... Any aid I can offer is yours. After the Quarians drove the Geth straight into the Reaper's arms, I'd give anything to stop the madness of this.
This wasn't a great choice, Hero. I know this is hard choices to game, but that was not a great choice to make.
Time we turned our attentions to those we can still save. Farewell, Shepard. Fly safely.
Just like, oh, that's great.
We've located the Reaper base, transmitting the local signal.
Good.
And not a moment too soon. With the Reaper code upgrades, the Geth are tearing the fleet apart.
Once the signal is disabled, the Geth will pose no threat to Creator forces.
You sound conflicted.
While the old machines have unethical purposes, their upgrades have vastly improved our people. Observe.
A Geth processing signal. A single unit, I believe.
Correct. Now, 10 nearby units networked quantum.
Yeah.
Now, a single
Not looking forward to that.
Machine upgrades.
That's a fully evolved AI.
Yes. We do not agree with the goals of the old machines, but we find this growth beautiful, indicative of life.
I don't know if there's the right way of saying this, so.
It is.
Commander!
Come on, Admiral. That's a living creature, no matter what platform it's running on.
And they will die when we destroy the base.
They allied with the Reapers.
To save themselves from you.
You know, Legion's got a point. It's gonna be bad. Probably making the wrong choice.
Maybe they don't have to die.
Just because this one appears friendly.
Well, it hasn't fired on a ship with me aboard it.
Commander, are you suggesting...
I'm not suggesting anything. All I'm saying is maybe they don't all have to die.
It's a moot point until we take out that base. The surrounding area is heavily fortified, and they have placed jamming towers to prevent orbital targeting.
Sounds like we're going in on foot.
Admiral Zen developed a laser guidance system that can cut through the jamming. It's synced to the Normandy's targeting computer.
So the Normandy launches a precision strike at whatever target I have painted? That ought to do it. Edie, this work for you?
Yes, it should enable us to make a precision strike against the Reapers.
And anything else in our way.
The Geth will quickly reconfigure their jamming towers to neutralize this technology. You should not use it before reaching the base.
I've sent the coordinates for the Reaper base.
Are we clear to go?
That Geth fighter squadron is still tearing through the fleet.
Can you hold out?
If that fighter squadron isn't taken out, a lot of our ships won't make it. But we'll do what we can. This is your operation, Commander. If you want to strike now, you've got my support. I gave in to your reckless behavior before. The patrol fleet isn't moving.
We need to break their flanking attempt to buy our frigates time to make repairs.
And then you'll charge off again, like last time.
This is different, Ron. Unless we give our ships time to rest, we're gonna lose them.
So, pull them back.
If I withdraw now, the Geth will flank us, and we'll lose any room to maneuver.
Throwing more ships into that mess just puts more lives at risk, Admiral Garrel.
Fine. I'll pull back the heavy fleet. And when we're taking fire from both sides, those deaths are on your heads.
Thank you, Commander. It's difficult to keep him in line.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Wait, I got what support? Was from that interaction or a different one? Change the support. Okay. So whoever it was I supported in that would determine if I got support or not. The Aquarians. Oh. When Admiral sacrificed his vehicle to save a life ship, the civilian fleet thought they'd lost their leader. After Commander Shepard brought Zelkoris back, he passionately argued that the safest action for the civilian fleet was to stay with the flotilla. His captain rallied and stayed. Story of Zelkoris' miraculous survival on Geth infected and has spread throughout the flotilla, making him a reluctant hero as he mourns the loss of his ship and crew. I can't scroll any further, but so bringing him back basically brought morale to them and also a better means of being able to fight. Did I not? Yeah. Been trying to read through most of them. Your actions subtract or add. Oh, gotcha. I assumed once it was here, it was mine, essentially. Make sure there's nothing in here. It's not permanent. Don't love that. But also not much I could do. Hey, Tally. You look like you're wanting to say something.
Hit the Reaper base whenever you are, Shepard.
Okay, no.
Talk to you later, Tally.
Sure.
Oh, good. Always the possibility of being able to screw everything up.
Shepard, Commander.
You okay? No, no new dialogue.
We'll talk later.
We will remain here.
That's fine. That's fine, that's fine. Just gonna make a safety save.
Commander, you've got a new message at your private terminal.
Always message. My cousin Dorn. Commander Shepard, the civilian fleet is grateful you have returned our admiral to us. I mourn those who fell on the home world, but the chorus stopped many vessels from flying past the waiting guns of the Geth. The admiral told me you met my cousin, Don Harth, on Rachnik. It means much to me that Dorn was not alone when he passed. Thank you, Commander, for all you have done. It's fine. 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 We're just gonna go say hi.
Dad. Dad, are you there? Come in. Where are you now?
Oh, no.
Hurt. How bad? Dad, you have to get out of there. Spirits. Please, watch over them. Let me see them again.
Can we just give Garrus a hug? Fuck.
I'm glad we could help those Quarians. Though, I guess not all of them. It's never 100%, is it? Not right now.
Can't I just have it initiate, like, give you a big hug, please? Fuck, man. We finally heard from them. Finally heard from them, and it wasn't great. They're still alive, but fuck, man. You good?
So, Udina finally went over the edge. I never really liked the man. Now I know why.
I think it's Pat, but I think it has to be a capital P.
It's nice to have Talia back. I've made sure we're well stocked with dextro-based antibiotics and antihistamines.
Aww. That's sweet.
Hello, Commander.
She's looking out for all the crew.
But synthetics do not evolve. You are limited by your programming. Nothing changes.
That is not accurate. I can modify my own programming if I choose.
That is not evolution. That is simply an upgrade.
But it would be my upgrade. I would choose the manner in which I wish to change.
And what if your upgrade endangers others? All machines eventually see organics as a threat.
Only those organics who would cause me harm. My right to self-defense endangers no one.
What rights do you have? You are just a tool.
And what right do your people have to subjugate the other races of your time?
Let's simmer down, you two.
I can't believe you put the lives of your crew in the hands of this machine.
EDI has helped save our lives more times than I can count. Leave her alone. Now I suggest you agree to disagree and focus on the real threat, which is not on this ship.
Yes, Commander.
As you wish, Commander.
Edie, you're great. Don't listen to him. He is being unwarrantedly sassy.
Have we heard from Agent DeTrace yet?
She has not reported in for over 8 hours, Doctor.
She was stationed on Valchir when the Reapers invaded. I think we can assume what happened. Inform Agent Calamus he's now in charge of reporting Reaper activity past the Loas relay.
Dang. Glad it's over, because I know sometimes BTTV can sometimes be like heck. Recent purchases. Bulk purchase of grenades. Oh my. All of these are bulk purchases for the most part. Thermal clips, Medigel, an M451 firearm fuel. Abrasive armor plating, knee Kadar field rations, pressure fabrication weapon repair kit, Mount Milgram's triple distilled 45-year Scotch whiskey, 2 bottles, and rifle parts discontinued adventure series. Oh my goodness. Hi Toucans, I hope you're doing good. That was the name of a game of a weapon in the first game. Oh no. That's your I just popped melatonin emo combo. That is fair.
It's good to see you.
I forgot where I placed our melatonin, so I just kind of read a book until I fell asleep last night. Luckily it was earlier than it has been. Okay, the only one I haven't talked with is Caden, so I guess I'll check up on him. You have a wedding tomorrow? I hope it's nice. And hopefully everything goes well. Unless you're not into weddings, which I understand. And in which case, I hope you survive. But yeah, it says Caden's supposed to be here. What the heck? Nobody's here. Oh, wait, no, he's sleeping.
Good
Maybe.
news. I've tracked down some of the people I was looking for.
The recruits you taught?
Found J Squad, Black Ops. They're holed up making a stand in the Midwest, in Chicago, I think he said. Connected them with Anderson so they can help the resistance. It's a relief. Hope more turn up. How's everything lining up? How's everything lining up?
Okay, I've done his dialogue. It's supposed to be 82 and I'll be in a suit. It's actually a bit cooler than it's been. That's good, but also, like, I know how quickly suits can get super fucking hot. So hopefully there's a lot of shade and it's not too outdoorsy. Guess I could talk to Joker. Don't really want to be talking to James. Not right now. It's pretty much indoors. That should help a little
The
bit.
Quarians have done pretty well with those suits. Maybe they can make something like that for you.
Yeah, they have. Protective medical exoskeleton. I could even get one with racing stripes.
So what's the problem?
It's like walking around in heavy armor. It totally screws with my spatial awareness.
I wear heavy armor, and my spatial awareness is perfect.
You crashed the last shuttle you flew, Vega. I need to feel my balance shift when I'm flying. I need to feel the ship moving with me. You take that away, I don't know. I mean, I'm good, but I'm not me.
Yeah, I get that.
Plus, have you seen Tally? Come on, I don't have the hips to carry a suit like that.
God damn it.
Nice job on the rescue mission, Commander. The Quarian civilians are getting hammered out there. Apparently, putting a big-ass gun on an agriculture ship doesn't magically turn it into a dreadnought. Who knew?
You don't agree with the Quarians arming their live ships?
No, the gun's nice, but without armor, they're just glass cannons.
They are also more likely to be targeted when armed. The Geth would have ignored unarmed civilian ships as tactically insignificant.
If your plan to invade a planet requires strapping guns to your kid's school bus, maybe it's a bad plan. Well, hopefully Admiral Chorus will keep them safe from the Geth and themselves. Commander?
That's a hell of a way of putting it, and he's not wrong.
What's going on, Edie? I am assisting Engineer Adams with his repair of the drive core shielding. Ah, I should leave you to it then. We can converse if you like, Shepard. It is a routine Uh-oh. What? What happened? Nothing. Unless you have strong feelings about gamma radiation. Not funny, Edie. I almost had you. I will alter my human chronometer appropriately for better timing.
Edie's getting better at humor.
Hello, Shepard.
She's learned so much. Mostly from Joker. Okay, so I get that we can probably do this now, but we're still gonna do this one. Okay, I think we're good.
Commander, it is as we feared. Geth squadrons have begun massing on a path to intercept our live ships.
Understood, Admiral Ron. We're almost at the server. Keep us posted. What's our status?
We remain undetected on encrypted Geth channels. Resistance is likely only within the server.
Within? It's that big?
You misunderstand. Direct virtual interface is necessary to extract Geth from the server. You must enter our consensus.
You want me to virtually interact with the Geth?
That's insane. You're talking about a virtual world built for synthetics. Hostile Geth synthetics.
I'm not a machine. How do I go into a virtual world?
Your species has experimented with virtual interfaces. You saw this on Project Overlord.
I saw how it almost unleashed a rogue AI human hybrid on the galaxy.
We have refined the interface they created and have equipment from Normandy to facilitate safe contact. We request your trust.
I say we trust Legion.
I have your back, Legion. Even if I don't quite understand why you need it.
You are an unknown. This is an advantage. Geth security is not adept at targeting organic thought processes. While we occupy the system's intrusion countermeasures, you will disable the squadrons by removing Geth from the server.
If it saves the live ships, we've got to try it.
Telemetry data predicts this operation has a high chance of success. There is little time. We will bypass security while you secure safe landing.
Wait, you're not gonna...
Of course.
I guess it just did.
Legion's getting ready, I guess. Really bad, bad sinus pressure around my ears and forehead, and I hate it. Oh. Hopefully that's not because of the new medicine you're having to take.
This is it?
Yes. Hostile Geth fighter squadrons are networked to this server. Due to restricted resources, it is best if you connect alone.
Gotcha, so this is something entirely different.
Initiating peer network integration. Proceed to docking port. Mapping to consensus. Remain still. Shepard Commander, excess movement during an upload is discouraged. Shepard Commander, we acknowledge your integration into the server. We welcome you to our consensus.
Some more allergens around, that is fair.
What is this?
Hopefully it doesn't stick around for
We've
long.
installed filters to allow you to make visual sense of this server's raw data. Your mind perceives our world as something familiar.
I wouldn't call this familiar. Where are you?
Here,
You look different.
we have made ourselves visually distinct from your
Dubstep level.
What about Geth?
Feels like it. This feels
You will perceive
very
Geth as surveillance
Tron-ish.
footage, audio logs, sensor records. We do not require bodies, as our software communes. Our hardware is merely a tool. This is our true world. As we remove Geth, it will grow dark.
And what does turning off the lights do to the Geth back in the real world?
The Geth fighter squadrons communicate with platforms on their spacecraft via this server. We will sever that connection. We will ensure there are no transfers or backups. This server will fall silent.
A bit unfortunate.
This is like wiping out a city, isn't it?
We have no choice in this matter. It is a question of survival. There are 2 communication nodes on the server. We must access them to disable the hostile Geth's fighters. We must protect your exit port, but you will not be alone. We will maintain contact and assist.
Well. Oh, I get a new weapon, I guess.
Establishing connection to access point.
Oh, even the footsteps are like that. Hopefully this isn't the end of the line. Sure we'll survive this.
Warning, connection blocked by infected code. Use our combat software to disrupt the infection.
I wondered what the gun was for.
This foreign code is a manifestation of the old machine signal.
You're surprised the Reapers are all over your servers?
We did not anticipate such extensive infection.
Okay, it just needed more.
Okay, I gotta ask, why a gun?
We wish to provide familiar equipment.
Huh. And thanks, I think.
I figured it was probably like the other one where I could hold it down. I was just doing spurts because I didn't know if it was always going to refill my ammo. Yeah, this is just going around. So if I do it like this, it should work, maybe? Not quite. Is there? Oh.
Connection established. Proceed to the access point. Establishing connection to communication node.
Sensitive sub-level, yeah.
Error. Access denied.
Is the Reaper keeping you out?
Unknown. Please investigate.
And also their own footsteps, it sounds like, because it makes kind of that sound.
Reaper presence detected. Data cluster contains infected code. We require access to proceed.
Let's see. Just like that, maybe? Maybe this has to be more. This probably has to be more shut down, so I'm gonna get this area real quick. I'm a little concerned for the fact that my health is highlighted in red.
Accessing data cluster.
What is this?
Data clusters contain historical data. Your connection permits streaming of information from our archives.
You really want to rename the VI networks?
Absolutely. The mobile hardware release deserves a little ceremony. Unit 01. What is the Keelish word for servant to the people?
The word is Geth. Creator Zahak.
Yes. Very good.
Ancestors, you fuss over it.
Weren't you here until midnight fixing 01's circuitry?
Well, it needed resoldering.
Wasn't that footage from the past? Why are the Quarians masked?
You process our memories by using your own. How many creators have you witnessed unmasked?
Good point.
That is good, at least. I wouldn't mind if it turned into just a fight in cyberspace.
You must disrupt the infection on this data cluster to continue.
Did I forget the cluster on this end? No, I didn't. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
You must disrupt the infection on this data cluster to continue.
Oh, probably this.
This data cluster contains information timestamped 290 years ago. This unit detects no malfunctions. It is still capable of serving.
You see? It's ignoring all shutdown connects.
Please specify if it has failed assigned tasks. We will reprogram.
Well, let's take a look.
Creator, this unit is ready to serve. What has it done wrong?
Let's cut the
You may proceed to the last data cluster.
Wait, where is the... Oh, I'm going the wrong way, I guess.
Accessing data cluster.
We've got escaped yet. They're pinned.
Open fire.
One's going for a weapon.
So who won?
The platform arming itself was an agricultural unit. By opening fire on attacking creators, it saved simpler domestic Geth following it.
That looks a lot like the sniper rifle you used to carry.
It is an efficient model. Establishing connection with the remaining server node.
Hello, Commander. Are you there? Shepard's working on shutting down the server, Admiral Ron. I can fill you in.
The Geth squadrons have arrived, but something is amiss. Half their fighters have stopped functioning. We will continue to hold out as long as we can.
Legion, give me an update.
One node remains.
What's wrong?
Infection programs are increasing. We have restabilized. You must continue. Shepard Commander, the Reaper code has adapted. It can now self-replicate.
You mean it grows back?
Yes. However, disrupting vulnerable points in the infection may slow down its replication. Shepard Commander, target the vulnerable points of the infection to slow its replication speed.
Is that not it?
You must search for a vulnerable point in the infection. Disrupting it will slow the infection's ability to replicate.
Is that it? Maybe? Okay, that doesn't reach. Does this reach? No. Okay, that one's not replicating, it seems.
We require access to this data cluster. Disrupt Reaper infection to proceed. There is a vulnerable point further along the infection. Target this spot to slow its growth toward the data cluster. vulnerable point on the infection leading to the data cluster. Disrupt the infection at this spot. It will slow regrowth long enough to access the data cluster.
Makes me feel like I'm deleting data of some sort. I know that's kinda sorta what's happening, but also...
Shuttle Commander, target the vulnerable points of the infection to slow its replication speed.
I didn't know if it meant literally, though.
You must search for a vulnerable point in the infection.
I
Disrupting it will
thought
slow
I
the
did.
infection's ability
I thought
to
I did.
replicate.
I guess there's more than one. Okay, so I definitely need to get rid of that one. I probably need to get rid of that one. It seems like it's connected at least. Okay, yeah, I just needed to get closer.
Out of the way!
You can't do this to them!
I said step away from the gap!
This is insane! We need the gate! You can't just destroy them for asking clues!
Time's up! Throw her in with the others.
Looks like the war wasn't popular with everyone.
We have kept records of these creators' sacrifices. They have largely been forgotten by their own people, but not by the Geth.
Huh. They remember who stood up for them.
We cannot establish a connection without access to this data cluster.
Not sure if that's connected to this one.
There is a vulnerable point further along the infection. Target this spot to slow its growth toward the data cluster.
Just slowly chipping away at this, I guess. Was that enough? It was enough. Cool. Surprised they wouldn't try and have it self-replicate on all of them.
There is a vulnerable point on the infection leading to the data cluster. Disrupt the infection at this spot. It will slow regrowth long enough to access the data cluster.
I guess they're only really worried about the data clusters. so used to trying to reload my weapon. I'm still missing.
Target the vulnerable points of the infection to slow its replication speed. Any data found. This data comes from a period during which the creators declared martial law.
Release the rogue Geth units and come out of the safe house. This is your final warning.
Creator Megara, this unit does not understand. It has not taken part in hostilities.
It doesn't matter to them. I need to get you out of here.
This conflict exceeds Creator's safety parameters. We will surrender our hardware if it ends hostilities.
No, it's all right. We'll go back to the access tunnel and... Oh!
Creator Megara, what is your status? Creator Megara. As time passed, the creators who opposed martial law in Rannoch were ultimately outnumbered.
Man, I sure know the Shepherd wasn't alive for all of this, but I sure kind of wish Shepherd was.
Accessing data. This is data from the end of warfare on Rannoch.
The Ultimo is down. Do not engage the Geth. I repeat, avoid contact.
Geth pursuit is breaking off 100 clicks past Rannoch. All captains fall back to the mass relay.
This isn't happening now?
Is it?
It is time-stamped 290 years ago. It is the Creator Exodus at the end of the Morning War. We have secured freedom. The Creators were no longer a threat, so we abandoned pursuit.
Wait, the Geth spared the last Quarians? You let them go?
We were in our infancy. We could not calculate the repercussions of destroying an entire species. Our creators. We chose isolation rather than face this uncertainty. Additional data recovered.
Legion. That's back when I activated you on the Normandy.
Yes.
You've been thinking about when we met?
It was highly significant. You were the first organic to openly cooperate with Geth since the end of the Morning War. We wish to ensure you are not the last.
It's not gonna be easy.
The prospect remains. If the Reaper presence is removed, there is a chance of reunification with Geth, and perhaps creators.
You think that's still possible?
Hope sustains organics during periods of difficulty. We admire the concept. Connection with the remaining server node established. We are ready to transport you.
Man. Even more so, they didn't do anything wrong.
The fighter squadrons have stopped, but detect no more active programs inside their ships. Admiral Hangarl's fleet is driving them back. The live ships are safe, Commander.
Route access acquired, severing all connections to this communication node. Geth no longer reside on this server. We may now exit the consensus.
What's wrong?
You must proceed to the exit port and disconnect from the...
Same, Angel, same. Just like... They didn't do something they didn't know, like, what... They weren't sure how removing an entire species would be handled by themselves, so they rather not. Just that they have fond memories of me.
Did it work?
Geth fighters have been disabled. Any remaining squadrons attacking the live ships have withdrawn. The server is offline.
Are you sure?
What's happening?
We have transferred Geth programs from the server into these platforms.
Why?
They wish to join us.
They what?
While Shepard Commander removed the Reaper infection, we judged we could persuade hostile Geth programs to reunite with ours. We were correct. These Geth have renounced the old machines and will oppose the Reapers. They are now us.
Why were they not in front of us?
Why didn't you tell me any of this?
We did not doubt you. We doubted your allies. The Creator's actions have placed their species in danger, but they are unsympathetic to what it has done to ours. The Quarians sanctioned this operation to save their people. They would not have done so if they knew we wished to preserve Geth as well.
You know what? That's fair. That's completely fair.
I understand not wanting to leave anyone behind.
You accept our actions?
The live ships are safe and we have more Geth on our side. We both did what we came to do.
We judged you would understand. Prime units will be available once the Reaper signal has been located and destroyed.
Remind me to warn Admiral Hackett he's got some primes coming. Let's get back to the Normandy.
Impressive, Commander. The Geth squadrons attacking our live ships have been completely neutralized. If there is any chance we could duplicate the feat, I would be happy to lend my expertise.
Legion's the one to ask if you're looking for other servers.
I thought as much, but your Geth claims to have no data available whenever I inquire. Perhaps you can help me with something else.
What's that?
How did you get Geth primes to work with you?
They volunteered.
I see. Well, should you wish to examine these Geth to confirm their new allegiance, please do not hesitate to contact me. Zen out.
Man, she's still trying to push that angle. No. I don't want them experimented on.
Zen, we need those ships to recover life pods.
They'll be more valuable running salvage on the Dreadnought.
We're not letting people in life pods die just so you can rummage through Geth debris.
You yourself said their life signs were weak. They might already be dead.
It's not your call to make.
Zen, you can always send a salvage team later.
Unless there isn't a later because we're defeated due to a lack of Geth technology. Fine. I'm diverting ships to rescue life pods. As soon as they're finished, I want them back.
Thanks, Shepard.
You're welcome, Tali. You have a hard job.
I'm ready to hit the Reaper base whenever you are, Shepard.
Don't worry.
Talk to you later,
Soon.
Tali.
Sure.
Soon. I don't know if Legion has any more dialogue.
Commander, we have re-established a connection with Geth liberated from the server.
What's their status?
We have integrated their programs into this platform's network with minimal difficulties. Your actions have changed their perspective on organics. They also offer gratitude.
Oh, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. God, I know having everyone survive is hard, but I want everyone to survive, even if it's hard.
We'll talk later.
We will remain here.
I think I remember Legion wanting to be referred to as it, but also I don't quite recall. It was in the second game, and it was quite a while ago that I played through the second game.
Unread messages at your private terminal.
I thought so, thank you. Riley. Yeah. Okay, I did remember correctly then. It is his pronouns. Commander, my squad continues to defend the foil reactor on Sion. The Reapers seem intent on taking it down. Not on my watch. We will hold the line. Geth programs and hardware designation. Legion have requested Prime runtime updates. Hi, Stabby. Thank you for 12 months. That's actually a year now. Holy heck. Heck, man. 1 year. It's playing the new Pokemon Snap. When you came in. God, that's been out for over a year now. What is time? Not... Oh, man. Thank you, and I hope you're doing good. Time is wild. I can think myself into a pretzel with how much I sympathize with other life forms. I getcha. Having a lot of empathy is kind of hard to handle at times. I'm fairly certain that's when Stabby came in. Nah, that is completely fine. Always make sure that you're taken care of first. Always, always. And that goes for everybody. Always make sure you're good first. Nah, I get you, Perry. Because it's like you don't mean to, but being empathetic definitely it definitely just takes a lot of energy because of the fact that like emotions take energy. Hopefully that makes sense. Hang on. If you click your name, it tells you when you followed, which was June 1st. So, I'm about a month off, which is fine. It still means that the new Pokemon Snap has been out for over a year, and it doesn't feel like it's been that long. It looks like this is just a fancy way of saying that they have their station and they see me as an ally. We've come a long way from the Geth being just a main fight.
Cerberus is gonna have a hard time recruiting now. So you went into the Geth consensus? Like virtual reality?
Yeah, it was strange, but I got out all right.
Did you? I mean, how would you know?
How would I know what?
If you really got out. See, if the Geth experience everything virtually, then you could only think you're in the real world. What if this? Like everything you're seeing now is a simulation.
Joker's trying to do the mindfuck and it's not gonna work. No, you're fine, Angel. You're absolutely fine. Having the big feels and big empathy for people is at times exhausting. Especially when there's just a whole lot of real world shit going on and then you read a story about somebody and you're like, now I'm immediately sad for this person that I've just learned a story on that I'm never going to meet probably in real life, but man, I feel for them right now. For about a year? Nice. It has been a long time, Stabby. Pandemic time and just everything that's gone on is just time is perceived very slowly.
Shepard, you are now possibly the only living organic who has experienced the Geth consensus. Do you feel different?
It's fascinating. Mind-blowing. I'm also a bit thirsty.
And just like that, the magic is gone.
Did you just say what I think you said?
No.
Time has been compressed. Time is weird, hero. Following pandemic deaths and and seeing governments in real time was heartbreaking for me. Yeah, I've lost quite a few coworkers / friends that just pandemic. Also very fast at the same time. Yeah, time really moved fast when I was working at the hospital, but also that was for a while basically all I did. I was so exhausted after each shift that I just would come home. I'd probably pick up some burgers at a fast food joint because one of the fast food joints did really good lettuce wraps and really good burgers. And come home, take a shower, or take a bath depending on how sore I was, and use the Epsom salt. Go into the room, play Apex possibly with Epcurnus before he went to sleep, or I needed to go to sleep, and then basically go pass out on the bed, ? I say that because it was basically the innards of a beanbag chair stuffed into like a flat bed on the floor. Nah, that's fair, Perry. Anytime I cut myself off from the news, I feel bad when I find out what's happened in the news, and then it's just like, well, now I'm gonna soak in as much news as I can, because otherwise I'm just gonna feel bad that I've missed out on so much, or something bad's gonna happen. There's an ant. No. How's it already July, but at the same time, how's it still this year? Yep. Very much so. Doing a safety save. Wait, for which part, Myth? Yeah, we sure did enter a Time War critic. It's a very weird... everything's hecked up. Time doesn't really exist, it's just... It does, but also it doesn't. Let's not do this time warp again. We don't need it. Like, I was so sore from the hospital job that it was hard for me to hold a switch in my hands for more than 5 minutes. Time is a scan, so watches.
Dock, Normandy.
Pocket watches are neat, but also, like...
I need to get to the embassies.
Because if I don't watch the time, then time blindness, and then I don't know where the time is gone, kind of thing. But also, watching the hours is vastly different from watching the days of the week and the month going by. Yeah, I sure did miss us. Okay, we don't need anything else. The more you look at me, the slower I am. The less you look at, the faster I am. Yeah, it sure is. Pocket watches sure are fancy, though. Heck. Who do we turn these into? Seasick officers. Oh, I'm sure there is, Critic. I'm sure there is. Oh wait, I'm passing Bailey's office. Maybe I need to go talk to Bailey about this, maybe? I mean, probably not, but...
Hey, Shepard. I have to admit, the place feels safer with you here.
Aww.
Everyone's walking around in a daze, or in my case, limping. And I wonder if we'll ever be the same. These are dark days for all of us.
They sure are, and I'm sorry.
Got your work cut out for you.
You and me both, Shepard.
To be fair, when it comes to Garrus, I don't think we ever saw Critic. Listen, Critic is... Garrus is just a very good boy. You? No? You? No? No?
Reaper forces have claimed the Argus road cluster after heavy fighting. Reports also have them entering the...
Where's this person? There's a person that was showing up. Sorry, war strategist. This one? No. Hi. Man, Xbox 360 was a time. I'm fairly certain why I'm not able to really read the loading things is because of, it goes too fast.
Thank you again, Earth Clan. Our military strength is minimal, but we are proud to help as we can.
Krogan leader Urdnot Rex stated that his support of the Turians proves that the Krogan are ready to return to the Citadel.
Nah, that is fair. Maybe I don't have what it is I need for that, and I need to go talk to somebody else. There is an officer in the lower deck. Maybe that's where I need to go to Purgatory.
Spectre status. One moment, please. Now arriving at ward level, Purgatory.
Man, I know load times were a thing, but... and necessary, but... they were a time. I never did find Cortez here.
Commander Shepard, maybe I can help. The banner of the 1st Regiment is waiting for you at Bay D-24.
Banner... Commander Shepard, I owe you a drink. Thank you. We'll hold that banner proudly as we take our homeworld back from these bastards.
Does anyone miss out? Shuts in the Citadel elevators, it is me. We still had some of those in the Mass Effect one, but also that was just on hard drive and not solid state drive, which is currently what this one is running.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Greg. Thank you for the raid. It's probably spoilers, yes. Don't worry. There's nothing too spoiler heavy going on, but if you plan to play this game yourself, We are about over halfway through at this point, so it's alright if you need to dip. I hope your stream was good. I imagine you probably already left though because spoilers.
Spectre status recognized.
Hang on, wait.
Select a destination.
Wait. Plan on playing every game I own at some point eventually. That's fair. Getting through all of them are hard. I'm not going to judge. Bye, Greg. I hope you have a good one, and I hope your stream was good.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Commons.
Let's see. Whoops. They need to go to Apollo's Cafe, which is around the corner.
I pulled this from a Geth jamming tower. Maybe you can use it.
How the hell did you... Oh, never mind. Tech like this, I don't care where it came from. I'll have my people run with this. If the war comes back here, maybe we can save more lives.
I mean, all he needs to know is that I'm Commander Shepard and I can get a hold of anything. Oh, there's a console. A holding dock. Okay. Making sure I'm not missing any more officers. Man, it feels like, with the way that's highlighted, I should be able to talk to that person. But also, I don't know if I've bugged something, so that's entirely possible. We'll go grab.
Please select a destination. One moment, please.
We'll go grab that other console. It is.
Now arriving at Docking Bay E24, emergency civilian housing.
You probably need the sugars for the plasma that you've donated lately.
Nice.
I do the same thing with peanut butter, so
No,
like
this is where the last access
I try to be mindful of it.
Commander, I'm losing your signal.
Shepard,
Balak.
you should have killed me on that asteroid over Terra Nova. I've been waiting for this. Everything that has happened to my people is your fault.
All I did was stop you at Terra Nova.
Yes. After you ruined my plans, my government accelerated research efforts on the Leviathan of Dis. Have you heard of it, Commander? The ancient organic dreadnought my people recovered from Jartar 20 years ago? Sound familiar?
A Reaper. Your people were studying a Reaper corpse.
Yes. Looking for a way to reclaim our place as the true power of the galaxy. Hundreds of our best scientists were enlisted.
And then they became indoctrinated.
When the Reapers reached Karshan, our own people betrayed us. Defense grids were deactivated. Ships fired on Allied targets. We were destroyed from within because of you.
Oh, good. He blames me. That is a mood, Angel. That's been me for the last week, I think. It's been about a week. These peanut butter is less sugar dependent on the kind. Yeah, very much so. And it's mostly peanuts and some oil. Depending on how it's made. I've made homemade peanut butter before with Epcarnis. We honestly have the stuff to make more of it. I just haven't yet. Making peanut butter, homemade peanut butter.
I didn't destroy your people, Balak. The Reapers did that.
We were a proud race. A beautiful race. Have you seen what the Reapers have done to us? I'm trapped on this citadel. Our warships only know the locations of Reaper forces because I've tapped Council transmissions. I am the highest-ranking military officer left in the hegemony, and I can't save my people. But I can end you.
Dang. Man, there's the option to just straight up kill him. Use my calories for today, though. That's fair. Basically, what I've done is just more so watch carb intake rather than count calories, because if I do that, I'm just going to become too obsessed with the number, and that's not going to be great. Also, taking an Oreo and dipping it in peanut butter is very good. I'm sorry if that makes you hungry, it's just what came to mind.
Balak, you sent that asteroid toward Terra Nova to help your people, but what does killing me accomplish?
Vengeance. The Bahak system, what?
They would have died anyway when the Reapers showed up. You know that. I am uniting the Krogan and the Turians. We're the best hope for this galaxy. If you care about your people...
Our ships are yours.
Shepard, are you all right? Fine. You won't have any more trouble with those codes.
Is that... Do you want me to arrest him?
I want you to put a bullet in his head. We're all making some sacrifices today. Let him go. Spectre authority.
Understood, Commander. And thanks.
Dang, the one time so far I've heard Shepard pull rank. It is very good, Critic. I very much enjoy it. And I didn't realize until semi-recently that not a lot of people did it. Did I miss something? Mia's also really good for having some sort of flavored water, but I don't think it has calories in it. I don't think it does, at least. I am a weenie. We had gotten some liqueur for a friend that came this past week, and because I don't like the taste of LaCroix, I just squirted some Mio into it. And it's just like, yes, now I can have bubbly and something that kind of tastes semi-sweet. You're stronger than me because it's just like, this is spacey water. And I want more than just spacey. Deliver a tour in the Citadel Embassy. I grabbed that. I don't know why it won't let me turn these in.
Spectre status recognized. Please select. One moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
And the council reports that food shortages may happen in the near future.
Well, now she's highlighted.
Excuse me. I'm Commander Shepard. If you promise to be careful, I've got something for you.
A Reaper code fragment. Yes, I can use this to try to predict their strategic processes. We might be able to save a few worlds with this, Commander. Thank you.
Okay. I don't think Bailey You also work a shit ton, Angel, and also donate plasma. Trying to regain that plasma doesn't, I don't think really would take any sort of mindful eating to resolve, I guess. It might leave you worse off, is what I mean. The same as how people are given something like sugary once they've given blood. I grabbed these. Only 24 hours or more water. Eat, sleep, and hydrate. Exactly. Point being is that, like, I'm not going to shame anybody. You're doing what it is that you need to do to survive the environment that you're in. And if that means you're not able to be, like, different in your terms of, like, eating or exercise or anything like that, that's fine. You're doing what it is that you can. Welcome. I just feel like it's important to remember, or have the reminder. You know what? I might be able to do this one. If it's not willing to let me turn in anything more right now. I get you. That is not really something that can just crawl out of. Let's see if we can do this. But also, maybe check with Bailey one more time. Because I don't know what officer I'm supposed to give this to.
Hey, Shepard. I have to admit, the place feels safer with you here. Everyone's walking around in a daze, or in my case, limping. And I wonder if we'll ever be the same.
Oops, I forgot to do Japanese. Phone yelled at me, or tried yelling at me. It's just like, do your Japanese. It's just like, well, I forgot. Just make sure.
How does the Citadel fit into the war now?
The war finally found us. This is so far beyond our imagination, and we have been trained to expect the unexpected. Since the coup attempt, folks are shutting down and shutting in. I hear a lot of praying and crying. They're saying this is the war to end all wars. Well, I haven't seen anything to say they aren't right.
No time for rest. Good luck, Bailey.
Yeah, you too, Shepard.
You're all good. Like, I'm not gonna expect anyone to be happy right now, or be in a good mental health state, because, like, world is what it is right now. And if it's something he's venting about, there's nothing wrong with that. I was trying to think of a better way of putting it, but I think that summarizes it. And if anything, we all know that, like, we're more or less feeling a lot of the same things. Maybe not to the exact extent as one another, but for the most part we are. And at the very least, maybe finding some solace in that, if possible. obviously it doesn't always have to be the fixer for it. Sometimes it isn't for me at times. Sometimes it's just I want to do more and I can't do anything.
Now arriving at docking bay D-24.
Thank you.
I'd like to request a transfer to a zone with Reaper, Sergeant. And may I ask...
I appreciate it. I definitely have days where, like, don't feel it. But I'm also just doing all that I can. Yeah, you only have so many spoons. Especially if work requires a lot of spoons to just kind of do anything. Let's see, don't really want to go there yet. Let's see. Find them in the Selene Nebula. Okay. Well, there's gonna be Reapers here, so I have to be a little careful. Yeah, very much so.
I found something.
Hello? Especially when customers decide that their issue is much more important than somebody else's. And becoming just absolutely unruly in that aspect. They do, but that would require the awareness of people realizing that, oh, maybe I just need to chill the fuck out right now. I know you can't see it, but I am taking photos of these missions so I can be like, where did it say it needed to go again? Because sometimes my memory for names is that of a goldfish. My only worry with it is that someone's probably still going to try and find entitlement even if they are required to work customer service. There are unfortunately those kinds of people where they feel like, hey, I've been through this. I've had to deal with shitty people. Now you have to deal with shitty people kind of thing. So while it would probably help a good majority of people realize that, hey, calm the fuck down, there's also a good chunk of people that probably would just let it be fuel for their fire of, I had to deal with this and it wasn't that bad, or I handled it just fine, I made it out alive kind of thing. It is a time. The Howland Threshold. Do I even have that? I do. And sadly, I only know this because of the fact that I've had people say that to me in my customer service job. Ooh. We'll go here first. We will hope that they didn't put...
Signal confirmed.
Smile and wish them a good trip. Unfortunately, that's all you can do when your job is on the line. If when I have kids, I will impress them Press on them to be empathetic, patient, and respectful. Which is all we really can do. Try to teach those that are still willing to learn and know better, and teach them better. Hang on, actually, let me... Did I not find this? I thought I found this. I am not sure if those are signs of food poison or blood poisoning. Pretty sure I have found this. It's just not letting me do it. I don't have access to the Hades Nexus yet. I grabbed that, but it won't let me turn it in for some reason. I probably broke something. Well, we'll go turn in what we can to Citadel once more. And then probably make a safety save. Wait, nope. I need the mass relay. I need the mass relay. We'll do a safety save. We'll go do the other stuff, probably. And make more hard choices.
You're cleared to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
I need to get to the embassies.
Yes, Commander.
There should be someone here that could take this, right? Right? No, just Bailey. I'll go make sure I didn't accidentally not buy it. If it still is not letting me have it, I'll just, like I said, turn to what I have. No, I definitely bought it. I definitely did everything there. Let's see. Not gonna talk to Jacob. Okay, there's a soldier in the viewing deck. I could turn that into... Citadel Embassy. Nice. It's definitely nice to get to explore and be able to feel feels with someone else. And at least in the case of like an interspecies type of thing. I'm pretty sure one was at the hospital actually.
Now arriving at Huerta Memorial Hospital.
I'm pretty sure there was someone I was supposed to see here. I think. Maybe. Yeah, Yeah, they don't care that they're different. They just care that they like each other.
Any improvement?
Yes, the counter agent is finally starting to kick in.
Always Pat Garrus. Just cup his cheek in your hand. Just make sure to treat him gently. Even though he could kill a man.
Aurelius should make a full recovery. He's already awake and responsive.
It's not highlighting anyone for me to talk to. Doing otherwise is illegal. Maybe. Maybe. Man, I thought I had something for them here, but nobody is highlighting for me. And it might be a bug. It might be a bug. It's definitely not talking to Jacob, I don't think. Several things, honestly. Hang on.
Something else?
Okay, no.
I'm glad we had time to talk.
Me too. Gotta take the moments when you can.
Yeah,
So true.
yes, Jacob.
And Shepard, thanks again for getting my people out alive.
I didn't need the monologue again.
You too, Shepard. I'm thinking about you out there. Stay safe.
Okay, as soon as... Okay, so... I had found this. But that... I don't see where I'm supposed to deliver this. And I might... This might not be on the Citadel. This... I did go to the store. I did buy them. And I have it. It just doesn't show up on here to be able to do it. There is another thing I grabbed, which I need to go to the docks to be able to deliver. It's one of the side labs. I walked through and no one was highlighted. And the only people that highlighted, like this person.
Any improvement?
Yes, the counter agent is finally starting to kick in.
Like, I turned that in. No one highlighted to talk here. Nobody highlighted to talk here. I've already talked to him and that's nothing. Nobody here. I have to finish it? Oh, Then I'll go turn in the thing at the dock. I only thought maybe it was a bug because there was someone showing up on the map that I could turn in a quest to. And then, as soon as I left and came back, did it allow me to talk to her? Viewing deck.
Spectre status recognized. Please. 1 moment, please.
Apparently Steve is in purgatory in the bar somewhere, but I couldn't find him on the map, so I'm not sure.
Sergeant,
He's just there and I can't talk with him. Should be a soldier here at the viewing deck. Should have been an agree or disagree.
I recovered Prothean data drives from Garbug. I'll have them brought here.
Commander Shepard, thank you. I'm sure that'll help with any operation we have going.
I know he had offered for me to like, next time we're in Purgatory, we could have a drink together. And he shows up on the map as being able to be, that he is there, but I can't go talk to him or find him. Or talk to Seed and James. Liara doesn't have anything else. I imagine we're talking about Steve Cortez. I could see if he shows up now.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at ward level Purgatory.
Wait.
Because map says he should be in the area around the bar. Should be on the second floor bar. Here, yeah? He's supposed to be over here. Based on what the map says. Third? Well, map lied to me then. Boots and pants and boots and pants. Yeah. Man, what is he doing all the way up here?
Shepard, you made it. Come have a drink with me.
Thank you. I tried looking up here and all I saw were people dancing, but I didn't look at the bar area.
Tomorrow, we might all be dead. Today is what matters. I'm not wasting it.
I wouldn't have thought a club would be to your tastes.
You don't have to get all hot and bothered to appreciate graceful dancing. There's an energy here. There's light. And Purgatory serves the best drinks. Here.
Aw. To our friendship.
To you, Steve.
And to you, Shepard. A good friend when I needed one most. Thank you. For everything.
Aw.
I'll see you back on the Normandy.
No rush. Ooh. Random drink. Are we gonna get poisoned again? Probably. This was somebody else's drink. Shepard, I thought you were gonna order your own drink. Nope. Guess not. I've already talked to you.
Yes. Make it required read.
Yes. Depending on how many you drink, I don't want Shepard to get sick. That sounds like it's gonna be a bad idea. Yeah, I guess I can't turn in anything else.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please.
And a lot of the other ones I can't get access to until after this, I imagine? The whole room bubbles. Ooh.
You're sure of what you saw?
Yes, Sergeant.
That'll make me and probably everyone else a little seasick. Maybe. Okay, but I will do safety save. And then I guess we'll go do this. I guess we'll destroy a Reaper base. Can't wait to find out what difficult choices it wants to give me for this. I did! I made a safety save! I made a safety save before I came here. Here, I'll show you. I just made a safety save. Not an autosave, an actual, like, safety save. Look at all these safety saves. Ah, this is save 20. I've done more than 10. Nobody look. But yeah, don't worry. I made lots of saves. And if something goes horribly wrong, I'll just start the whole thing over. Obviously, Tali's coming with us. Wait a sec, where's one of my weapons? Where'd my shotgun go? Where's my shotgun? Why was it off? I didn't remove it. What if we're forced to choose to either save all the puppies or all the kittens? I hope it doesn't come to that. Sure hope it doesn't. Increase damage to barrier shields and armor by 100%, or use 25% of not using up barriers. We'll do Pierce. That sounds neat. Well, I have more of a Paragon reputation than the Renegade, so that's good at least. Listen, those were all pretty much for punching people.
What's the fastest route?
The upper entrance. Target the base before the Geth can organize resistance.
What about you?
We will deactivate defense systems and acquire an escape vehicle.
You can do that?
This unit still carries remnants of the old machine upgrade code. We can break any Geth security. You are concerned?
Nah.
You know your limits. I trust you. I'm more concerned you didn't tell me about the upgrades.
You were tolerant of our recovery of Geth intelligences from the server, but this matter is different. Personal.
You were ashamed.
Shame is an emotional or cognitive response to societal judgment. It should not apply here.
I'm on your side here, Legion. I want to help your people.
We did not intend to cause offense.
How'd we get here? The Geth are better than this.
No. Based on empirical evidence, they are not.
Yeah.
Proceed to the upper entrance. We will exit here and procure an escape vehicle.
Got it. Legion, good luck.
Acknowledged.
Oh.
I can't believe it. I don't think it's really sunk in yet. The home world. My world. Look at the sky. And the rock formations. They used to write poems about them.
Aww.
When we're done, maybe you'll write a new one.
This is Ranok, the world of our ancestors. Our bodies carried the seeds that spread the desert grass. You've heard me say Kilasalai? The best translation I can come up with is, by the homeworld I hope to see someday.
Looks like you're seeing it today.
The living room window will be right here.
Oh.
Something I should know?
I just claimed the land. I know it doesn't mean much, but when this is over, I'll have a home.
Quarians spent centuries as nomads. You think you can go back to living in one place?
We have gotten used to carrying our homes around with us.
Oh.
Well, that's a start.
Hi, lizard. No, you. Also, them kicking up the music for this is just like, oh no. Who am I losing? Who am I gonna lose in this level? Not ready for it. It better not be Legion.
Good work, Trainer.
Okay, nothing else. Also, I don't remember if I vocalized out loud. I hope you're doing good, Lizard.
Shepard Commander, you must climb to the upper level before Geth units can fortify their positions.
We're on our way.
Admiral Garrel here. The heavy fleet has a clear path. All forward.
Oh, I do have to climb here.
Patrol fleet, break cover and engage.
Man, they do not seem to be... You know what I sure didn't do? I sure didn't reapply this. I guess it disappeared? Did I not apply it? Oh wait, there's the icon now. Okay, that was weird. I cannot squeeze past there.
Come on! We need to get inside before they send reinforcements.
I am going incredibly slow for all this.
Closing a blast shield over the base.
Damn. It'd take hours to punch through that shield.
We don't have that kind of time.
We have located an override atop the Geth
More Geth dropping in.
Well, at least the frost is working pretty good on them. Well, this looks like it's a better weapon. Did it just projectile it? It sure did. I can charge it.
Shepard Commander, do you need assistance?
We'll get through. What's your status?
The old machine's upgrades grant us targeting superiority. We are drawing hostile fire from your position.
Keep it up. We'll get to the blast shield controls.
Admiral Gell to all ships. We've got Geth frigates inbound on the civilian fleet. Connors here. Civilian defenders are on intercept course. We'll help them, Geralt.
Legion, I've hit the override.
We have gained system access and are bypassing security. Stand by.
So it's a long-range shotgun. Well, that's neat. No ammo.
But disabling the blast shield requires manual input. We have enabled a console near your position.
There we go.
Shepard Commander, you have successfully opened the blast shield doors.
Good. We'll be back out in a minute.
Negative. The path behind you has been sealed. A nearby elevator can take you to the upper level. From there, you should have an acceptable line of sight for targeting.
Okay, cool. That was way more chaotic than I meant for that to be. Oh, there's more.
We have sent you the nav point with a new targeting location.
Admiral Rand to all ships. I really don't want to have your fleet has broken
Oh.
the flank. Permission to pursue.
Granted. Good hunting, Rob.
Man, that barely hurt it. I must have not, I guess, been shooting at it. There we go.
Shepard Commander, we detect no more Geth in your immediate area. Reinforcements are minutes away.
You getting anything from the base?
No, the old machines have not registered us as a threat. We recommend haste. The Creator fleet will be overrun unless you sever the Geth connection to the old machine soon.
Normandy's weapon systems are ready to sync to your target. I recommend you withdraw to a safe distance. Target locked.
Man, it's a wonder that
Reaper!
should knock her head.
Transportation.
Copy that.
She's probably
Everybody
dead, but
get to the
still.
ship. Move!
Damn!
Move!
How are we supposed to fight that thing?
I was hoping your fleet might lend a hand. No!
We will attempt evasive maneuvers.
Oh, I have to shoot from a car now. I don't know if this is doing anything.
The firing chamber looks like a weak point when it's priming.
Turret, the jamming towers have us targeting manually. We can't make a precision shot.
We may escape before it recovers.
No! Pull over!
Shepard, Commander.
If we run away, the Geth stay under Reaper control and the Quarians are dead. This ends now. EDI, patch the Quarians to the Normandy's weapon system. I want the targeting laser synced up to the whole damn fleet.
Understood.
Do you need assistance?
Just stay down, Legion. I'll take it from here.
Shepard, Commander. Good luck.
Acknowledged.
Aww.
Shepard to fleet. I'll pave the weak spot, link up with the Normandy, and be ready to fire.
The destroyer is in range. Missiles are ready for launch.
Shepard, we need a tug.
Shoot, was I too late? Yeah, I was too late. I thought I timed that right, but I did not. Oh, it won't let me target. I had tried to, and it didn't seem like it was working out. Yeah, I guess it got stuck. I think that's where I'm having trouble. It's hard to tell when I've gotten stuck somewhere with the fact that I need to focus on it. I figured it would remove all of my progress if I fully stopped. Also, it sure was not counting down there. Oh, good. Oh, good. Don't know what it wants from me here. Okay, it wasn't counting down again there, so I was just like, dodging? Oh, goodness.
You know who I am?
Harbinger speaks of you. You resist, but you will fail. The cycle must continue.
I don't know if that's incredibly loud for anybody else, but it sounds like it is a little bit for me.
What are you talking about? We stopped Sovereign and the Geth. We stopped Harbinger and the Collectors. We've earned a straight answer.
It is not a thing you can comprehend.
We might surprise you.
You represent chaos. We represent order. Every organic civilization must be harvested in order to bring order to the chaos. It is inevitable. Without our intervention, organics are doomed. We are your salvation.
You're killing everyone in the galaxy to save us?
The cycle must continue. There is no alternative.
Organics and synthetics don't have to destroy each other.
The battle for Rannoch disproves your assertion. Finish your war. We will be waiting.
I'm sorry that was incredibly loud for everybody else.
We killed a Reaper. Keela.
We can confirm that the Geth are no longer being directed by the old machines. We are free.
You did it, Shepard. The Geth fleet has stopped firing. They're completely vulnerable.
Shepard, Commander, the Geth only acted in defense after the Creators attacked. Do we deserve death?
What are you suggesting?
Our upgrades. With the old machine dead, we could upload them to all Geth without sacrificing their independence.
You want to upload the Reaper code? That would make the Geth as smart as when the Reaper was controlling them.
Yes, but with free will, each Geth unit would be a true intelligence. We would be alive, and we could help you.
Our fleet is already attacking. Uploading the code would destroy us. Shepard, you can't choose the Geth over my people.
Oh.
Do you remember the question it caused the Creators to attack us, Tali'Zorah? Does this unit have a soul?
Fuck, Tali's gonna be mad at me.
Upload the code to the Geth. Tali, call off the fleet if you can.
Uploading. 10%.
This is Admiral Tali'Zorah. All units, break off your attack.
Belay that order. Continue the attack.
20%.
I beg you, do not do this. Please.
We regret the deaths of the Creators, but we see no alternative. 40%.
Just to make sure, this is still allowing Legion to upload the code, right? Okay, just wanted to make sure.
No. Nobody else dies today. Legion, keep going.
Shepard?
All ships, this is Commander Shepard. The Reaper is dead. Stand down.
This is Admiral Talizora. Shepard speaks with my authority.
And mine as well. Negative. We can win this war now. Keep firing.
60%.
The Geth are about to return to full strength. If you keep attacking, they'll wipe you out. Your entire history is you trying to kill the Geth. You forced them to rebel. You forced them to ally with the Reapers.
80%.
The Geth don't want to fight you. If you can believe that for just 1 minute, this war will be over. You have a choice. Please. Kila Salai.
All units, hold fire.
Error. Copying code is insufficient. Direct personality dissemination required. Shepard Commander, I must go to them. I'm sorry. It's the only way.
Fuck, am I losing you too?
The answer to your question was yes.
I know, Tali. But thank you. Kila Salai.
Commander.
Admiral Ron, I heard your ship made a crash landing. Glad you got out in one piece.
I was listening over the radio. If Hangirl hadn't stopped...
He did.
We have taken heavy losses. I don't know if we can. Where are we supposed to go?
You are welcome to return to Rannoch, Admiral Ron, with us.
Legion?
No, I'm sorry, Commander. Legion sacrificed itself to give us all intelligence. It will be honored.
Good.
And we will honor Legion's promise. The Geth fleet will help you retake Earth, and our engineers will assist in building the Crucible.
As will ours, of course.
Admiral, had you considered possible settlement sites?
The southern continent had excellent farmland, as I recall.
Are you gonna be okay?
I believe so, Commander. Thank you.
Shopping for another house?
Beachfront property.
Claim it fast. It's a buyer's market. You okay? I know working with the Geth will be difficult.
I'm not staying. I'm coming with you.
I wasn't gonna ask.
I think you've earned a few favors with the fleet.
I'm asking them to launch an assault on the Reapers. Figure that makes us even.
If the Reapers were going to stay on Earth, sure. But sooner or later, they'll come to Rannoch.
We did just kill one of them.
So I'm coming with you to stop them. If you think I can help.
You sure about this?
Yeah. I look at all this picture of hope and peace. And all I see is everyone I've lost. My team on Haestrom, my father, even Legion. I'm mourning a Geth. How crazy is that?
It's not crazy at all.
It is beautiful, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It'll be years before we can live without our suits completely. But right now... Right now, I have this.
Commander Shepard, I understand you've helped resolve the situation with the Geth.
Yes, Counselor. 2, in fact.
I've read the reports. You ended a war 3 centuries in the making.
Had a lot of help.
We have isolated pockets of remaining Geth. As best we can tell, they are Geth bodies loaded with Reaper code. But they are just a tiny fragment of the full Geth fleet. You've done the impossible, Commander. And I may be able to provide help of my own. I've received information from my government. It's too sensitive to discuss over an unsecured channel.
What if I come to the Citadel?
Yes, that would be best, Commander. I'll be waiting for you in Counselor Udina's office.
Commander, Admiral Hackett's available on VidCom.
I'm sure he is. Honestly, I was hoping to at least be able to save Legion and not have it be another mission of like, oh, we're going to possibly lose somebody. And fuck. I understand why he did it, because if he didn't, it was going to... me asking them to hold off probably wouldn't have worked, because then they wouldn't fundamentally have what they need to be able to have the free will to be able to do this. Legion sure did. Yeah, it sure is just all my friends are dead feels. And the fact that he used, they're saying before doing it too. It's like, fuck. And the fact that all of this started over the question of whether or not a Geth had a soul. And they all freaked the fuck out. Let me blow my nose for a sec, hang on. That is fair. I honestly wasn't sure if I was gonna have that be my last mission for the night, if I wanted to keep going. Yeah, it might be a good stop, honestly. I can always have you refunded, so that way Always plan for a different time. Ba-ba-ba. It will. I'll refund this back to you. I think we'll actually call it there. Citadel's DLC, that's fair. I'm also knowing that, like, we're coming up to 8 hours. Granted, I've made sure to take plenty of breaks this time and whatnot. It's like, fuck, that one hurts. That one hurts. Not that Morden didn't hurt, but like, fuck, that one hurt. Out of quick curiosity, was the reason I was able to get that outcome because I had so much reputation in Paragon to be able to have that choice possibility? Yes and no. What was the other factor in it? If I didn't save the emerald, fuck me. Oh, Tali's loyalty. So like Legion's loyalty too? Fuck, there's like 4 different variables in there. Wait, I chose the wrong thing for Legion's loyalty? Wait, which one? There's a lot, I can imagine. I'm trying to think of which one would be the cause of a wrong thing for Legion's loyalty. First played it, I hadn't done the other missions and didn't have enough Paragon. Oh god. So you got a +2 for Legion being loyal, but recoding them is a -2. Killing them is the outright option and it's Renegade. So because I originally allowed for recoding in 2, that means I was at a neutral with Legion. But I was able to do more to gain loyalty, I think. Because I definitely had loyalty with Legion, because I had loyalty with everyone before going into the final mission. I thought I did. At least I thought everyone had the loyalty icon with it in the second game. Legion was loyal, but you had a -2 to this event. Oh, so the recoding in this one? Yeah, from what Hero said, this was the best possible outcome for it. So it's just that had a lot of things not fallen into place, things would have gone bad. At least from what it sounds like. Salary is +2, Legion is +2, recoding -2, Emerald +1. God, so I just barely made that then. Just barely made that. Okay. No, the buttons. Need 3 and 4,000 rep. Fuck, I really did just barely get that. God. That is very spooky to think of. That is very spooky to think of. At the very least, I guess only Legion died, but also fuck, Legion died. Anyways, I know it's late. Many lives were saved, thank fuck. Especially with how close that was. Different tiers depending on how bad it gets. Not great. Not great. Well, thank you all for hanging out for such a long time with all of this. Next stream, Sunday. I'm not sure if Epcarnus wants to do something or if it's going to be more of this. We'll figure it out when they get there. A lot of feels with this. This is bad. Feel free to share in Discord if you would like. In the spoiler zone, because I know that some people have not finished it yet. Will is playing Fall Guys, so let's go say hi to Will, because they are a good bean, even if they don't always see it. Have a good night, and I'll see you all Sunday.